It's Slop Monday, people. It's Slop Monday. And I'm not saying that because I watched the first episode of Severance after I was bullied into doing so. And then people are asking me, hey, what are your thoughts on Severance? I don't know, bro. I've seen one episode. They didn't design me to have thoughts on it. I'm 2% of the way through the story up to this point. I don't know anything. I know the cast. What are we going to do here? Stage select marble? That's it. That's the marble. Your goal is to roll it, and then I suppose land it in the central pip of the dice. Is that correct? You're going to use the left mouse button and roll it forward. All right, bad start, man. So we could be here for like, I don't know, 2 hours just trying to do this one. That's okay, I can live with that. Because everything like worth doing, like if it was easy, everyone would do it, man. Everyone would do it. Anyway, I was just busy this weekend. Saturday's just always a busy day, and then Sunday I had one of my daughter's friends had a birthday party, which was sick, man. They brought in a magician. Oh! For a birthday party for someone that was turning 5. And I was like, this guy literally deserves hazard pay. Like, he was doing magic tricks for a room of like 25 3 to 6-year-olds who did not even understand really like what was happening. So he would be like, check it out, what's this card? Say the card if you know it. And then he'd just be met with like pure silence. And then he'd be like, okay, it's the King of Hearts. It's the King of Hearts. All right, now like watch this. And he would like, you know, do the misdirecting type stuff, and then he would like flip it around, and he'd be like, and here's the King of Hearts, and it would be like the 7 of clubs. The kids didn't know it wasn't like the same card, and also they were like eating pizza and cake and stuff, so they were distracted. I was like, man, this guy, whatever they paid him to be at this birthday party, he should have doubled it, because like this is But I felt like all the other parents were like, wow, this magician is like not doing so hot, and I was like loving it, man. I was like, leave this guy alone. This is a tough job, dude. Sometimes you get 15 minutes into a sponsor stream and you're like, oh, fuck. I got another 105 minutes of this. I've been there, man. He had a tough crowd. It reminds me, my daughter's been doing a lot of song parodies. They get me every time. So she's been singing I Don't Care, I Love It by Icona Pop featuring Charlie XCX. But we've been working on the bridge together. It's like, you're on a different bread. I'm on a bun that's great. You want me on a burger, but I am on a plate. You're like a bowl of peas. We've gotta make a switch. You're like a mac and cheese, but I'm a fish and chips. I love food. And luckily, there's only like 30 words in the whole song, but her writing is this fire. Well, I punched it up a little bit. A lot of it was just making every line end in burger for a while. ESPN's getting 100K views for hockey. It's true. It's true. They are getting mocked by Kai Cenat. Ah! No, it's chill. It's a peaceful game. It's a very peaceful game. Dude, I don't want to take Corey's bit. We went to a Lunar New Year event on Friday that was very nice, but some of the food, and we eat a lot of semi-exotic food at the very least, some of the food was a little exotic even by my standards. Now, I tried everything, and so did everybody else at the table, but there were a lot of things that came out where everybody at the table ate like 2 bites and then went, it's really good. Do you guys want some more? And then we just waited for the next course. But when I was talking about it with Corey, he said that's my experience. Corey's partner is Chinese, so he said that's his experience every time he goes out with like his partner's parents for Chinese New Year. And then he linked me to something. It's called fat choy. It's a vegetable made of bacteria that looks like black hair. It has, according to Wikipedia, it has no nutritional benefit, and also has been, it contains like neurotoxins that have been linked to the development of Alzheimer's disease. And I was like, we gotta stop eating this stuff, man. There's no way. It probably tastes so good. Corey told me he ate it once and he was like, it doesn't feel like it's good for me. Then they looked it up on Wikipedia and they were like, nobody should be eating that. It's also banned from being harvested. Yes! Right? Right, fellow? Does it have to be on the middle pip? It's not centered. Okay, we're so close though. There's no way it has to be on all 5. You get a pop-up when you win. Okay, okay. I thought they were going like full immersion mode. I thought we were in an sim. Like I had to decide when enough was enough. I mean, the best kind of game to play is a game where you enjoy the mechanics. The second best kind of game to play is something... Lads, 609 tries. It's that easy. And they said we couldn't do it. Yeah, I want to watch my trick shot. That's what it's all about, man. Here it comes. Uh-oh, yeah, no. That's the one right there. This is the one right here. It's actually easy, dude. You just get it with a setup first. Let's go to playing card, man. You got a playing card. You want it to fly and land between the 2 massage guns. I don't even understand what they're... to what they're asking me right now. Anyway, best kind of game, a game with good mechanics. Second best kind of game, a game that makes you realize that essentially all other games are just Trickshot Simulator. What do I mean by that? I don't know, I haven't fully thought it out yet. They give you an arbitrary thing to do, and when you do it, you get dopamine, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh! Oh! 90 seconds? That's crazy. That's insane, dude. That's insane. That was not luck. That was genuine skill. These are my favorites, man. You got to bounce the ball, bounce it, land it in the cup. That's it? All you got to do is land it in the cup. There's no like second step. Oh. This one might be the easiest one of all, honestly. Oh, what a satisfying doing. If you check the settings, you can despawn the balls on the ground. You have a problem. You know, the games are putting you in a straitjacket. They're building a box of acceptable behaviors. And then once they ratchet it up and tighten you in, you're saying, hey, boss, I can still move my elbow a little bit. What are you saying? Why are you going into the settings menu for Trickshot Simulator, man? It's all fake. That's why it's so fun. Please put on performance mode. I always do, man. Oh! You know what's weird? Anybody else have this problem? I can't take YouTube thumbnails with my eyes closed because my eyelashes are too long, which is like not really that much of a flex, I think, as a 36-year-old man. But like when I close my eyes, it looks like I have like an extra eyebrow under my eyebrow. My wife is jealous. Yeah, dude, I know. Oh! I didn't mean to say I know your wife is jealous of me. I'm assuming you also have long eyelashes. You know, back in the day when I would get complimented by girls, it was always like, I don't want to say it was a backhanded compliment, but it was always a very feminine compliment that like fucked with my toxic masculinity. Age 19 in college, girls go up to you and be like, your eyelashes are so long. You're like, no, they're not. And you have such slender fingers. No, they're actually stubby, man. They're actually stubby. You wouldn't get it. Incredible. This is an incredible shot. Hang on. I'm gonna load up. This is the one. This is the one. I'm gonna get some water, okay? This is the one. How do you do this one? Oh, you see it right there. The coat hanger has to land on the broom handle and spin. Sit and spin. Oh my gosh. Dude, I don't know if I can move my arm like that. That's tough, man. That's tough. Oh, that's what's satisfying. Dude, you think like I mean, people could say the same thing about my job. But you think like the dude perfect guys ever get like in trouble with their family because they like work too much? Like he comes home from work and then he just like cracks a beer and sits on the couch. And his wife is like, are you even gonna help? And he's like, I'm tired, okay? I was at work all day. I was dropping a basketball out of the bottom of a fucking blimp trying to land it in an inner tube in a swimming pool on top of the Empire State Building, okay? It was stressful. Seeing the timer tick up would stress me out so much. But you got to consider the alternative. It's like life. I'd rather see the timer count up than count down. Oh, that would have been a fucking sick clip, man. That to me, I'm glad that didn't count. I wouldn't have wanted that to count because that was not in the spirit of it landing right. We wanted to sit on it and spin if possible. We don't want it to like, you know what I think would be a funny bit? ESPN in the Roman era. Sorry for SNL posting. Can you imagine like dying in the Coliseum and then getting clowned on by like a 24-hour sports news network for like a century and a half afterwards? They keep playing the same fucking clip where like the lion bit your arm off. The top 10 misplays of the fucking millennium or whatever. You're like, here we go. It's Canseco with the ball off his head that then goes over the fence. And here's Galileus getting his shoulder ripped off by the lion again. Top 10 funniest Coliseum fails. Seems like this guy needs to look up the word vomitorium in the dictionary. Hint, it's not what you think. What would you do to get a Coliseum to cheer for you? I don't know. It's kind of ironic given the circumstances here, but I've kind of accepted that I don't have a like immediate broad appeal. Like I'm kind of like the anti-Glenn Powell, I think, in a lot of ways. I think it's like one of those things where people see enough of me, they go like, oh, I kind of dig this guy. But like the first time they see me, they're like, you know, there's a decent chance they're not fucking with me that much. You're right. I Show Speed would be the king of the Coliseum for sure. He'd have me on his side. What am I gonna do? Root for the lion? Like I've never done a single backflip in my life. Didn't he do like 600 in one day or something? He's an athlete. He jumped over a Lamborghini, man. To be fair, it's a very low car. Dude, if Idiocracy 2 ever comes out, they gotta get the I Show Speed character to do an event where he tries to like jump over a double-decker bus or something. That's a compliment for a guy like me who hasn't been at it too long. Now that was just one shot out of the whole day, but wow! It didn't even spin on it. It just landed. I'll take it. I'll take it. Hey, let's see what else we got, man. Oh, they got a lot. They got a lot, man. Marble half pipe. Okay. All right, that seems tough. Whoa, okay. Do you actually do things in this game? I mean, what do you mean by actually do things? I think this game is closer to actually doing stuff than playing Marvel Rivals, for example. Like, I don't think you've ever been a raccoon with a rocket launcher. Marble Rivals. I like that. Marble Rivals. I gotta say, man, it's a little played out. The movie's literally 50 fucking years old, but Jaws was a revelation, man. That's a great movie. I'm starting to think this Spielberg kid has got a long career ahead of him. But the thing is, sometimes I do feel the human impulse that's like, oh, I'm watching too many good movies. People aren't gonna fuck with my letterbox if all they see is 3.5 to 5 stars. But then I remember that I'm like, the critics already did like 90% of the work, man. They already watched all the movies and basically said like, these 75% of them are pure ass. You should really only fuck with like these 25% with like a few exceptions. So I'm not gonna be the motherfucker that gives like, you know, Past Lives a 4 because it's not as good as The Godfather Part 2 or whatever. That seems crazy to me. Past Lives is actually a 4 though? Okay, Zoomer. Oh, He's fucking clean with it, man. He's fucking clean with it. Don't worry, it'll be a 5 for you one day. Badminton shuttle. I thought this said shuffle. I don't really know what you want from me. Oh, it's a full arm Andy again. Are you a believer that nothing is a 10 because things can always get better? No, I find it the most like the stupidest line of criticism because even it doesn't hang on. It doesn't stand up to the smell test, man. Because I know that was a popular thing in games for a while, right? It was like we rate from 0 to 10, but we've never given anything a 10 because we've never played anything perfect. I'm like, well, then you're rating shit from 0 to 9, buddy. And 9s or 10s, I'm sorry to say. Because like that, it's, nothing's perfect, but something is the best. If the best thing doesn't get the best score, then whatever score it got is the best score. So I don't care if you give a game a 9.9 and you say nothing's perfect. That's a perfect game. It's the closest to perfection that we've gotten. You better hope you got solar power, buddy. This shit is real bad for the environment, the amount of time I'm taking. Hope that shit ain't a Ryobi. You got about 6.5 minutes till that fucker needs a charge. Wall Street's daughter, or Wall Street Bet's daughter, or Roast Me Son. I had to tell the Reddit front page to stop serving me Roast Me. I think that the subreddit should be banned from the internet. It seems like it's all like late teenagers to young adults with incredibly low self-esteem being like, I can take it. And then the top comment is always like, oh, please. The only way she could have a contribution to science is if they've resumed sending chimps into outer space. And then everyone goes, so true. This fucking dumb bitch thought she would post here and we'd all be like, you're hot, we can't roast you. But instead, her fucking eyebrows aren't groomed in the preference that I would like, and she's ugly inside and out. So I feel like it shouldn't be there. Gentleman boners, that's a pretty good one. It implies the existence of like an r/ like dirtbag boners, which I guess would just be like a naked lady. Because gentleman boners is just ladies that aren't naked, which is like way more dirtbag behavior to me. But I mean, we can't just play the greatest hits, but like it seems way more dirtbag to jerk off to a picture of a lady who's just dressed up on the red carpet. But, you know, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. No, I'm not like, babe, I'm not like other guys. I jerk off to the thought of you with clothes on. I don't see you that way. Babe, I need a woman with a wolf cut to beat me to death. No, you don't. You need healthcare and universal basic income. That's what, don't get distracted, okay? You do not need an 8-foot tall woman who's also a demon to like bite your neck clean off your head. You need a stable housing situation and like a group of like-minded individuals that you can, you know, talk about stuff that you're passionate about with. That's what you, no, you don't, man. You don't need like some, what if there was like a gender bent Count Orlok type? You don't need that. Oh, can we do puck or something? The shuttlecock will proceed until morale improves. It's not boring, dude. You know what's boring? The live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon. Even though this shit is repetitive, it's something we've never seen before. Even though that shit's brand new, it's got nothing to tell us. Oh, it bounced in and out, man! Does it need to be this way? Well, what would you rather see? Because I think we're getting into I'm having fun, and I think we're getting into some interesting topics of conversation. If anything, I think that it's like anathema to my personality to play Civ 7 in an attempt to feel like I'm more important and switched in part of the zeitgeist or something like that. When really, I feel like we're talking about some real shit. And if I was like Harriet Tubman, Empress of the Ming Dynasty, or something like that, I would be succumbing to that impulse that all we want to do is be distracted until the day we die. Instead of learning a little bit about each other, instead of figuring out what makes one another tick, instead of bringing up experiences that we all thought were unique to us and then finding out we all have the same canon events. Is society ready for a man that derps out? That's what I'm finding, man. That's what I'm finding. Society's not ready for a silly man. Unless he's like wearing a green jacket with a bunch of question marks on it. In which case they find it scary. Oh! Did Chib do this yesterday? I don't know. What seat are you on the airplane? Did row 1A get served their meal before you? Yeah, but like, don't sweat it. Just sit in the chair. The food's coming, brother. The food is coming. You don't look into your neighbor's bowl to see if they have more food than you. You just look in your neighbor's bowl to see if they have enough food. +2? Guess what, idiot? You just +2'd a Louis C.K. quote. How do you feel about that? Wow. Wow. It wouldn't be me. In 2025, it wouldn't be me. But okay, if you want to. All right, then. I didn't realize. He's a genius. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate in the sense that, like, it's unfortunate for two reasons. It's unfortunate that God gave one of his best comedy brains to one of his biggest perverts. Which is probably not even true, but he definitely shouldn't have done that stuff. But it is also unfortunate that we had to pretend that he wasn't really, really funny for like a few years until the culture caught up, I think. We had to do the thing where it was like, and I never thought he was really funny anyway. And everyone had to be like, yeah, that's true. That's true. No. I wasn't, no, when I was 16 in 2004, I wasn't really fucking with Chappelle's show. I was always like, oh, I bet this guy has like a sinister energy around him. There's just something off about this Rick James sketch. Please beat this level. You're so weak, but don't worry. If you stick around for a little while, you will get stronger. For your sake, I hope it takes long. Because you got a long way to go. Beating the level won't save you. It'll just provide you with relief. The only thing that can save you is learning to enjoy the struggle. Because it's not going to end. Oh, I knew it, man. It went straight in. It was so easy. We should probably do it again, man. That's just a beautiful shot there. All right. We got more, man. What about dart? Okay. All right, on this one, I have absolutely no idea what they're asking of me. You're joking. I'm gonna hit the bullseye and hit the yellow dot right in the middle. This is tough. Get ready, boys. I honestly don't think we're going to be done this in an hour and 37 minutes, but I could be persuaded. How much control do you have over the throwing? Unfortunately, 100%. Is the throwing motion the same from both camera angles? It's not your fault, okay? It's not your fault. You've gone through life being rewarded for treating the world as a puzzle waiting to be solved by you and only you. This isn't that, though. The way that you succeed in this game is by letting go of the rope. It's by relaxing. It's by not knowing that it's going to take a while, but expecting that it's going to take forever, and then being pleasantly surprised when it doesn't. It was just a simple question. There's meaning steeped in every single action that ever takes place on this planet, whether you intended it to be there or not. You don't understand Zen, man. You know what else pisses me off? Chibli, I'm not trying to say you're spiritually decroded, okay? Especially because you're fucking asleep. I don't respect when you try 100 times in a row and then you go, oh, here's the strat. And you just spam. You don't fucking get it, man. You don't get it yet. You're still trying to wiggle out to find an escape. There is no escape, man. You escape only by accepting that you are imprisoned. And that's why we try on every shot. Because at least they gave us a dart and a fucking board, man. If we didn't have a dart and a board, then we'd really be bored. Does this game have lore? I'm not sure if this was like a West Coast American indie game. I'm sure like at the end of this, they would flip the camera around and you would be like, oh shit. I've been bald the whole time. Wow, you hit all those trick shots, but you didn't even think about the fact that the whole time your character was gay, dude. Wow! Wow! This shit fucking, they hit me with the bait and switch, man. It does not have to be on the bullseye. You don't understand. It has to be on the bullseye. Even if the game will give you a win, if you hit it not on the bullseye, it has to be on the bullseye. Otherwise, we're not posting this shit on YouTube. We're not getting 2 million subscribers for hitting fucking 888 with the fucking yellow circle in the 888. That's not cinema. It's called Dude Perfect, not Dude Good Enough, okay? You know what's weird about Home Alone 1? Why is the cashier at the store so pressed that there's an 8-year-old buying groceries by himself? Like she's trying to suss him out. Like she's trying to blow up his whole spot. He's literally like buying food with money. Why are you being so nosy? It was the 90s? No, that's what I mean. Like like nowadays they would call like Child Protective Services instantly or something. But like in the 90s, it was like not that abnormal. 8 then is like 2 now. I think it's the opposite, man. I think the 8 then is like 25 now. We got like grown adults with cushy software engineering jobs that can't go to the grocery store by themselves, man. We love that for them because they've got like Instacart and shit now. I guess. I don't know. I've never used it, but like of all the stuff in the movie, why is the cashier so nosy? No, I'm sorry. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Count it? Okay, I'm gonna count it for now, but I want to come back to this one. I want to come back and get an honest attempt on this one. That's like a 1 star. Bounce ball. This is what I'm talking about, man. Okay, sure, man. Sorry, can I get a replay on that one? What we hit this one first, right? That's tough. It's the top left one? Okay. The sound is going to be so good, man. Oh, dude, this one might be easy. Can you do the speed run? Sure, watch this. No. We go again. Man, this would go so crazy in real life. They should make a game where you do this in real life. IRL, you don't have infinite balls? It's always been a problem for me. Except for that one time. Can you pot skip and just throw the ball in the cup? Why would I need to do that? I don't understand. Where is... Beautiful. Dude, we're like... I think that's halfway through the game now. Marble Spiral. Yeah, maybe... This sounds like a kind of game Sips would be really into. Oh, this is easy. Oh, that poor cat. Brother, that's an Apatosaurus right there. He's dead? Yeah, dude, meteor happened. Oh! That's true. We should bet on the color of the marble that wins. You can't do that though, right? They don't give you like multiple axes. Aren't all bets Aren't all bets 50-50? You can now. We're not gonna, but it would be fun to do. You're not wrong. No need. The game's so easy at this point. You don't even have to worry about it. Open the schools. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Plus, you guys are lucky. I don't think anybody was fucking... Actually, a lot of people were saying purple, to be honest. A lot of people were saying purple. Plastic cup. I don't think it can fly like that, man. I don't think that's how it's... I can't generate the lift, man. I can't generate the lift they're looking for. Oh! You need to spin it? Don't worry, little bro. There's a spin attached to it. Am I the only by the way, maybe I'm the insane person. Type 1 in chat if you think I'm insane. Type 2 in chat if you think I'm the sanest person you've ever met. This is the only real stream. Because there's no pretense placed upon this that this is anything more than garbage, right? This is real. Look at it. Put a mirror up to the screen. This is why this means something, man. It's because everything else is a distraction from what this actually is. This is the only real art. Just put the cup in the cup. Just put the cup in the mug. You got to put a little, yeah, it's like a frisbee. I get it now. It's like a frisbee. You got to give it a little bit of a flick. Oh, okay. Oh, that was exactly the technique, though. It was going straight down into the cup. Pears and Perils dev watching this in shambles. I'm sorry. I didn't ask for the mantle of leadership, okay? We need more games with less mechanics. I'm sorry. We for a while there was like the casualification of games. Indie devs swooped in and took the mantle of like, hey, we're making like complex strategy games again. That was good. That was good. You got Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, nowadays, every single game that I play, I only get through the tutorial like 180 minutes in, man. So my natural reaction is, let's play Trickshot Simulator. They give you a 1-second tutorial that doesn't make any fucking sense, and then go, throw the cups, man. Throw the cups. Huh? Well, we gotta knock that shit off, man. I'm not pressing R. I'm knocking the cup out, man. No! It despawned. Oh! Gonna say, ah! One of the funniest things about this game, I'm only noticing after like 7 hours of playing, is that you have like an active item inventory in the bottom left. Like right now I have red solo cup equipped. Can you get closer? Let me do you one better. Bartleby. When you buy the cups, they start stacked. You won the game to begin with, man. Congratulations. You just don't get it, do you? You will. You will one day. Or worse, you won't. Not everybody does. The unexamined life, is it worth living? I don't know. I'll send you a postcard when I get there. Crazy to me that your daughter's going to be like, what does daddy do for work? And then you're here throwing the cup into the cup. Well, no, I'm not. The cup to the cup is a means to an end. I'm here pretending to be people's friends professionally. Mostly by saying, we're not real friends. To which people give me $5 and say, That's such a you thing to say. But also, I feel like a lot of jobs are like this. Like, I feel like when you get hired, maybe this is a needlessly +2 farming take, but when you get hired for like an entry-level position, you do like a lot of work. But as you rise through the corporate ranks, your job becomes abstracted to like people giving you a piece of information and then you saying, yep, looks good. Please proceed. Thanks so much. And then that's pretty much like your whole day is doing that like 30 times. Oh, I had so much aura, dude. This is mind numbing. You're welcome. As opposed to most of the content on this website, which is very cerebral. No, listen, every time I go to the Twitch front page, I'm just, it's the year of the hater. I'm sorry. I don't hate the streamers that are doing this. I just hate the system that has created it. There's still people out there doing Let's Plays, man. It's crazy to me. Now, I get it, because like I've probably I've spent more time in my life Let's Playing than the average individual. By probably a factor of 10,000 or something like that. That was so close. There are new games. Yeah, guess what, buddy? There's going to be new games tomorrow, too. And the day after that. And the day after that. And the day after that. You're going to stop before the games stop. So I got to ask you something. If there's new games every day, are they really new? See, now that we got performance mode off, this is really starting to look like a streamer's office. Which streamer? I'm not at liberty to say. I wouldn't. There, but for the grace of God go I, okay? How do you have 10K viewers playing the most boring game ever known to man? First off, this is not the most boring game ever known to man. Civ 7 came out on Friday. No disrespect, Sid Meier. Secondly, you're going to say that's boring when we get the cup in the cup? That's boring? See, now, at first you're like, we just got to get the cup in the cup. But now you're like, oh shit, I got the cup in the cup, but backwards. So now I got a side quest. I got to knock the cup out of the cup. I don't need a game to tell me what the side quest is. It's not like when you were a kid and you went to the fucking playground, some shit popped up on your HUD and it was like, optional, go to the swings, dig in the sandbox. You got one main quest, buddy. Enjoy your life. And I'm sorry to tell you, this shit is permadeath, in my personal opinion, at least. So I personally encourage you to educate yourself a little bit before you go around saying ignorant shit like that. Now, if you'll excuse me, before I get the cup in the cup, I got to knock the cup out of the cup, okay? When I was a kid, I was the king of carrot flowers. No, you weren't, man. You're like the 800... excuse me. No, you weren't. When I was a king, I was the kid of carrot flowers. No, you fucking weren't, man. You're like the 800th person that said that. You can't all be the king of carrot flowers. Doesn't make any sense. Dad shouldn't... Dude, you're so right. I am from the song right now. Dad is throwing the garbage all across the floor, man. Well, we would lay and learn what each other's were for. There, what a head, dude! What a head. Did you see that shit? That was fucking clean, man. Oh, yeah. We did the badminton into the cup one. Don't even worry about that. Honestly, that was easy. Someone said the next one made them quit the game. And that's exciting for me. That's a problem. You think stubbornness is a virtue? I do in this circumstance, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes people are like, NL is so annoying that you're so stubborn. And I'm like, buddy, you guys are strangers to me. No disrespect. Why would I trust a stranger's opinion over what I believe in my heart of hearts to be true? If a family member was like, hey, stop doing that, or a trusted friend was like, hey, do it this way instead, I would immediately take it under advisement because they passed the skill check. Their charisma stat is high enough. But then somebody in chat that doesn't even have a sub badge is like, you're so stubborn? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm doing what I want to do instead of what you want me to do. I don't even know who you are, dude. You're probably from like Slovenia. There's nothing wrong with that, but we've never even breathed in the same atoms. And yet somehow you feel like you should have some kind of dominion over my behavior? Absolutely not. I also think it's kind of important to be stubborn on Twitch, because I feel like I'm not going to say what I do is art, but media that's created by committee has an increasing chance of being unremarkable, in my opinion. Now, media that's created by one person or a small group of people with a singular vision has a much better chance of being ass and also of being a masterpiece, but either way, a much, much higher probability of at least being interesting to some people. That's my thoughts on this subject. But I also understand. I think about this from time to time, because there are people, they'll write something like, oh, NL's my favorite streamer, but if only he would change this one thing, he would be even better. And it seems so seductive. You're like, I could just change this one thing and I would finally be perfect. But you realize that there's 100,000 people that all have their one thing. And if you went, that's Mr. Beast. You've created Mr. Beast. And when I would finally reach perfect form, you wouldn't be fucking with me anymore. I'm here and you're here because I'm driving the bus. Sometimes you get pissed off at the bus driver. Trust me, sometimes I get pissed off at the bus driver too. But there's a reason I'm holding the steering wheel, and there's a reason that every now and then you say, hey, the bus is almost here. I can't wait to be on this journey together. Now, sometimes he's going to stink the joint up. But sometimes he's going to take you on a detour it's possible not that many other people in the city are familiar with, to be honest. I came back an hour later, you still haven't made the shot? The shot doesn't matter. I'm not the same motherfucker you saw before you left. I've changed in response to my environment. What's your excuse? When does the new you make the shot? Hopefully not for a while. I still got a lot to learn. Isn't it the soup Nazi who's the dealer in Austin Powers as well? That sounds right to me. We get a few chances to bink it, man. We get a few chances to bink it. All we gotta do is tap it in. But if we don't hit it in like 20 cups, it's gonna disintegrate. Yes! We'll take that. We'll take that. It's not quite what I was looking for, but we'll take that. Chip, 3 in a row. This is the one that made a chatter rage quit the game. Okay. That's going to be tough. In a row is kind of insane. Oh. I can see why this would make you rage quit the game. Oh! just get like a general feel for it at the very least. Doesn't have to be, you know, reliable. It's going to take a while. It might take more than the remainder of today's stream. Yeah, I'm throwing the body of Christ in the club. Does it have to be sequenced as 1, 2, 3? I have no problem with you as a human being. But you ever be in like a college class of 400 people and the teacher explains the assignment very, very apparently and then says, does anybody have any questions? And then some person puts up their hand and asks a question that they and everybody else in the audience already knows the answer to because they take Does anyone have any questions as a challenge to come up with a question? Yes, you gotta do it in 1, 2, 3, man. That's the order. 1, 2, 3. What do you mean? Could be 3, 2, 1. You guys aren't cut out for this, to be honest with you. You're not cut out for this. Oh! Oh. Sick. Okay. Might not get that many chances at this. Okay, honestly, valid attempt. Valid attempt. Not too bad. We go again. Oh. Oh. Go back to 3. Shit's like my tennis class now. Okay, 3. Good try on the 3 now. Give me some 1s. We're gonna be taking these ones to 1. 1, nice try. Don't forget you gotta spread your arms. Now back to 2. Back to 2, back to 2. Rack it back earlier. Back to 2, back to 2. Rack. Okay, now good. 3s. Give me some 3s. Don't forget to go to split step. Ready position. Split step. Ready position. And we're gonna go back to 1 really quick. Okay. Are these AA chips? Yeah, I get 3 in a row or I break my 17-year sobriety streak. Fuck. You think you and LeBron James would be friends? Safe bet. Yeah, safe bet. Got a lot in common. Athletes. We both love to read. This is not brain rot. That's brain rot. This is Zen. You don't get it. Something being boring doesn't make it brain rot. Something being exciting but having no actual quality to it is brain rot. This is boring. This is brain exercise. This is brain genesis. Like, this is so much less of a cognito hazard than like an Undertale Let's Play. You know why? Because this content has you guys typing like real motherfuckers in chat. You're typing with emotion. You're typing, good luck. You're typing, I can't watch this shit. You're typing, I can't bear to be a part of this experience anymore. You're feeling something. You're feeling something human, man. When you watch an Undertale Let's Play, all you're typing is like, hey, if you go back to Snuffy, Snuffy has a new shirt that you can wear that would increase the size of your hitbox when you get into combat with Sans. That shit is not real, man. This is real. How do you think you do in solitary confinement? Bad, but better than average. I don't think anybody's going to be doing great, but I think I would mog the average individual in solitary, but still have a bad time. Nah, I'd win. How would you do an interrogation? I'd tell them whatever they wanted to know, even if I didn't know it. Probably before they even did anything to me, to be honest with you. That's why, like, when I was like 12, I was kind of like, what's wrong with torture, you know? If you don't want to be tortured, I guess, like, don't be a bad guy. And then as you get older and hopefully less stupid, you're like, I think I see the problem with torture. I don't know if we should necessarily be doing that to other people, regardless of what they do. But secondarily, I just think the information you get is unreliable, man. Like, if you hook up a fucking car battery to my balls or something, I'll start telling you shit that I'm responsible for shit that happened before I was even born. I would tell you whatever I think would get the electricity to stop shocking me in the balls, man. Letterboxd review of paint drying when? I already did it. It was called Nomad Land. Oh, they love that one, man. Sorry. Chloe, Mrs. Zhao, if I may call you that, I'm sorry. Baby's being potty trained, be like, I have to practice my number 2. That reminds me, my daughter's been working on her I Don't Care, I Love It parody. With a little help from Dad, I must say. She made a hard pivot. It's no longer about food. Now it's about fairy tales. So it's like, it starts with, I had two brothers on the very day that I was born. One of them built his house of straw, the wolf just blew it down. The second built his house of sticks, it did a little better. I built my house out of some bricks. I don't care, I'm a pig. I don't care. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do in the bridge, but we got the verse like locked down. I had to work out, because if I just let her write the song, it always just ends up being like, I crashed my car into the pig. I don't care. I'm a pig. So I gotta leave like a little bit of her influence in there, but I gotta steer her towards not just changing the last word of the line to what she's trying to go for and trying to bring the whole thing together. I didn't feel that bad about going to r/meth, but I did feel bad once Corey started reading off the title of every single post, and I was like, chill, man, these are like human beings. Like, I think it's okay to... Okay might not be the right word. I think it's less bad to privately consume the content but not glorify it, but I think it's way worse to read the titles out loud and laugh at them in front of like thousands of people. You were directing them into the comments, though? Well, yeah. I wanted to see what the fuck they were getting up to down there. I'm an r/mold enjoyer. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen r/mold. I do feel at the risk of this being taken in bad faith, there are good drug subreddits for entertainment and bad subreddits for entertainment. Like, r/heroin is just sad. You should not go there. Unless, like, I don't know, you need a support group or something. But r/meth is kind of, I think it's like right on the line. Because, like, some of the posts are like, I think meth is ruining my life. But some of the posts are like, check out this shit, and it'll be like a drill with like 2 spoons duct taped to the drill bit. And then you're like, what the fuck am I looking at, man? Then they'll be like, it was 3 a.m. and I couldn't find my egg beater, so I made my own. And you're like, damn, dude, this is crazy. How about the LSD post that just says what is happening and it's just a picture of their hand? One of the top posts on R inhalants is the poop man cum. And it's just a picture of a mattress with shit on it. Is that true? The poop man come. Oh, man. That's fucking funny, dude. Oh, shit. Oh. He would kill on Cameo. I think Bob Dylan would love Cameo, man. I think he's built for that shit. Imagine you get your fucking Bob Dylan cameo. Witch's broom, a pharaoh's tomb. From whence we came, from whence we're doomed. Why do you think they call it the womb? Happy birthday, bitch. That's it. That's the end. But he hasn't stopped filming yet. He doesn't know the button. Something like happy birthday. There's a joke about Bob Dylan live performances that, like, even if you're a huge Dylan head, you don't know what song he's playing until like 90 seconds into the song. It's definitely true, man, because even I saw him in 2010 and that experience held true for me. I'm not holding it against him. He was old then, he's older now, man. Oh, we're so close, man. I saw him at Desert Trip and he wouldn't let the camera see his face. Yeah, I've heard like another thing about live Dylan these days is he tells the camera like you're not allowed to zoom in on him. So like the shot that you get on the screen behind Bob Dylan that's supposed to like make him look bigger for the people who are far back in the audience is like further back than the people who are sitting at the back of the audience. But like, dude, I don't know what you want me to say. He's fucking 87 years old or something, and he wrote like 10 of the greatest albums in the 20th century. Like, what do you want me to say? He should be nicer? You should fucking write a song half as good as Simple Twist of Fate, and then maybe you could start making demands of Live Nation as well. Wolf whistle blares out in a piggy night. Enter my brother with his house of straw. He sees the house in a pool of sticks. Shouts out, my God, he's blown them all. Here is the story of the 3 little pigs. We could figure that shit out, man. We could, I mean, it is like 8.5 minutes long, and it does have some touchy lyrics we're gonna have to work on. Okay, I'm gonna leave you hanging on that one. I'm gonna go pee. Now, where were me? What? No, my aura! My aura! It's so funny to imagine that I'm not actually going to the bathroom. I'm just stepping slightly out of the webcam frame and going, ah! And then putting my hand on my tummy and sitting back down. Where were me? I'm worried about your 3. Yeah, watch this. You know what, brother? Maybe worry about yourself. I got myself under control, okay? That was fucking cool. It did slip out at the end, but that was fucking cool. I was surprised. I didn't expect it to work. Now, if we could do that on demand for number 2, or at all for number 2, I know what we got to do. When we hit 1, everybody type, I'm worried about your 2. You worried about my 2? Okay, worry about this, buddy. You worry about yourself. My 2 is under control. Anything else you're worried about? You got any other shit you're worried about? Worried about my 3. Really, my 3? You're worried about my 3. Fuck! It wasn't even in the ballpark, man. How long are you going to continue this? Till the room stinks, I think. I'm saying until the room stinks. That's a good one. No! No, man, no. The fucking ghost of Bill Walton smacked that shit out and said, this is my house. They did the ghost is going, Hey, why is everybody posting Google translated comments from a Kukiyomi video in Japanese? Toasty, I didn't quite understand what was happening. My thinking was that somebody translated my Kukiyomi video to Japanese, and then there's lots of Japanese comments. A lot of the comments are fucking... Dude, maybe I should have been Japanese. Because a lot of the comments are like, it breaks my heart how much he cares about the service staff. When you play like the mini game where they like pour you tea and shit like that. And everyone in the audience from North America was like, that's not how you do it in Japan. And then all the Japanese people are like, the care that he takes when he holds the cup when they pour the tea is so melancholy. They fucking love me, dude. I knew it. He must have been Japanese in a previous life. Okay, what do you think about that? When ordering beer, the kindness that oozes out from the way he does things for the sake of the staff, even though he would normally do it to suit those around him. I know that's right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Relax, bud. Just put the fucking Namabiru Hitotsu in the glass, okay? Just put the karage in the basket. People from overseas, he seems to be having fun playing Japanese games. It's going to be fun this way. It makes me feel warm. All right, now that, I got to assume that something got lost in translation on that one. Because that's... Just put the like in the bag, okay? Just put the warmth in your heart. He has a great ability to read the atmosphere, and it is simply smart. Yep, yeah, I've been saying that for a while. I'm going to say something that the sugar haters in chat would not accept. I don't think that 2 pints a week of ice cream is that bad. I think if that to me seems like you have 1 to 2 scoops as dessert after dinner every night. That seems like a 2-pint burn rate on a weekly basis. That's like 300 calories a day. Yeah, but you know my thoughts on this, right? I'm just one person. And I don't want to get too serious about it, but I'm so annoyed talking about nutrition. Just clip your feet into the pedals, okay? Clip your feet into the pedals. Where I think that we as a society we've overcorrected towards diet, which is actually good because people now know more about nutrition than they've ever known before. But the error happens at the conception. Instead of trying, in my personal opinion, instead of trying to adapt a diet around your needlessly sedentary lifestyle, you should try to adapt an active lifestyle that reflects the realities of the modern diet. I'm not saying everybody's going to have 90 to 120 minutes a day to do cardio. I'm just saying I get annoyed whenever anybody has like a little treat and they're like, well, I wouldn't eat that. You don't have abs, man. Why are you giving nutrition advice? You look like the guy right next to you who ate the ice cream. And you're trying to tell me you don't eat ice cream? Maybe you should eat ice cream, man. Maybe you should allow yourself the space in your diet to have a little treat from time to time. Instead of being like, oh, Brussels sprouts. Yeah, they're pretty good if you don't mind the carb content. Anyway. You're worried about my too? Okay, buddy. Worry about yourself. Oh, you're getting this in the first hour today? I hope not. Hang on, there's a Google chat message. It's my middle-aged college friend group chat. Everybody's talking about mortality. You don't want to hear it. That's for me to see later. You played Ludwig's new game? No, but I have a question for you. Have you guys ever noticed how much Ludwig looks like NHL player and member of Team Canada's roster for the Four Nations face-off, Seth Jarvis? They don't have the same color of hair, but in terms of facial structure, every time I see Seth Jarvis, I'm like, that's Ludwig, man. That's Ludwig. He has a Luddy phenotype, man. Holy moly, I see it. What the frick? Dude, look it up, man. He really does. Ooh! Anne Hathaway kind of looks like Najee Harris. Hang on a second. You were so right, man! Dude, that's crazy. I never even noticed that. You know what I'm realizing looking at this picture of Najee Harris? I never realized that Pokemon Twitch streamer Aurix also looks like Najee Harris. It also looks like Anne Hathaway. How many levels of this shit are there, man? There's like, it's Anne Hathaway all the way down, man. That's why I had no idea. There's only like 4 or 5 ways to look. Wrong. I think there's like 150 ways to look. There could be as many as 200. Are you saying there's more Pokemon than people? No, because like, out of the 150 Pokemon, there's actually only like 20 Pokemon. Like there's 8 billion people, but there's only 150 faces split between them. You know, you're getting category and individual confused here, I think. You're getting genre and film obstructed. No, I'm sorry, there's not 1,025 Pokemon. There might be 100 now. Now I know that there's 125 like entries in the Pokédex, but not all of those are distinct Pokemon. I mean, half of them broadly are just bigger versions of the one that preceded them. So we'll cut those out immediately. And I'm sorry, because you're going to be like, what about one's a garbage bag, one's a key ring? Those are both, that's the same Pokemon. Inanimate object turned into a living nightmare. But we're not going to get into Pokemon discourse, I'm sorry to say, because I find it just very boring. And also, there's an information asymmetry, because you guys know way, way, way more about it and care way, way more about it than I do. Which pisses me off, because when I make fun of it, you go, hey, you can't say that. And I go, why? Do you love Pokemon? And they go, no. I loved it when I was 8, and I've hated it ever since, but only people with that exact same experience are able to criticize it in my worldview. Man, fuck you, dude. What's the input for tossing chips? Receive benediction. Not everything in the universe is under your control. There are forces acting beyond your comprehension. They were here before you arrived, and they'll be here long after we all leave. Yeah, mouse 1. Left mouse button. Left mouse button and mouse movement is the answer. Huge. That one felt good. It didn't have quite enough English on it, though. With all due respect, I will not be imagining Steve Harvey as a judge during the Nuremberg trial. I don't know. I don't know where that bit goes. I don't know. I imagine he would be austere. Oh, it's a Cumtown bit. Okay. I don't know much about Cumtown, to be honest, but I do know I've seen a lot of clips from the Adam Friedland show that I thought were very funny. Like when he's talking to Chris Cuomo and he says, like, I just think we're part of like a dying empire or whatever, but it's not a big deal. And then Chris Cuomo goes like, dying empire. You really think that? He's like, yeah, I think that we hit the jackpot after World War II and then blew through it in like 100 years. It's like, Reagan was the president when you were a teenager, right? You're like, well, Bush was the president when I was a teenager, and I fucking hated Bush. And then Chris Cuomo goes like, hate? Why would you ever let someone else have that much control over yourself? And then he replies, because he killed 1 million Iraqis? Now that's where it cuts out. But that's a banger clip. This is superficial. I don't trust any journalist with biceps that big. I don't think he's serving the people. I think he's serving his own vanity to some extent. I'm not saying you can't be jacked and be a good public servant. It's a reason that I'd be watching Kitchen Nightmares instead of Restaurant Impossible. Chef Robert Irving is too fucking jacked for me to take his opinions on cooking seriously. His soul is divided between the passion of running a restaurant and the passion of taking steroids. Now, Gordon takes his shirt off every episode in Kitchen Nightmares. He's in good shape. He's obviously, I think he's showing off a little bit, but he's not like, Hugh Jackman jacked. He's like middle-aged man who exercises jacked, okay? There's a difference between that and the vascularity of someone like a Chef Robert Irving. You know what's weird? This is my own hang-up. I'm not trying to say this is a universal solution. Why does buying chips feel congruent with being an adult, but buying candy doesn't? At least to me. I guess question 1 is, do you agree? And question 2 is, why? It's weird, right? Yes. For some reason, salt is more mature than sugar. I guess that's true. The chips that I buy now have like pictures of like mountains and people playing pond hockey and shit on them. And then all the candy is like a cherry that's bright red that goes like, wow! So that's got to be a part of it, I guess. The marketing and the branding's got to be a part of it. That's bad. That wasn't that bad, honestly. Those were both serviceable. That's true, but expensive chocolate makes you feel like an adult. More of an adult than buying chips, for sure. Like if you were buying like a Snickers, you wouldn't be like, oh, this is how like adults eat, even though I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But if you're buying like one of those like Lindt chocolate bars with like a hint of orange peel on it or something like that, people are like, oh, damn, this guy's got a mature fucking palate. Hold. Not bad. Two very clean ones. I lost confidence. I lost confidence on that one, I'll admit. This is more like gambling and Lethal Company. I could see how to your mind it might resemble that, but no, it's not. Because when you gamble, the casino chooses whether you win or lose. In this, it's pure skill. The house doesn't always win. The house has to win every time. I only have to win once. It's hard. It's not easy. If it was easy, they'd call it Genshin Impact. My wife loves line dancing. Dude, honestly, it's a shame that line dancing is like associated with the American South. Because I think that might be the only kind of dancing I might be able to vibe with, dude. Because like anytime I actually have to dance, I'm preoccupied with thinking like what move I'm gonna do in my head. I'm like, I gotta come up with some kind of move. But like line dancing, you just do what you're supposed to do at all times, right? Like, isn't it just like a 1, 2, 3, 4? You kick your boot up or something like that, slap it with your hand, put it down, hands on the hips, 4 beats, like spin around, put your thumbs in your jeans, pull your pants up to your belly button. Like, I think I could do that, man. That might be fun. But like, I don't want to have to change my political views just to enjoy dancing for once. You don't? There's plenty of Republicans who line dance. Okay, I guess I'm in then. All right, okay, you got me, man. Oh, thank you for that. You know what's sad, though? Amongst, like, young people, there's, like, 150 faces. But there's only, like, 12 old faces. Like, I'll just be real with you. There's only, like, 4 old guys. What do you mean by that? There's only 4 genres of, like, old man. Like, if you met them as younger men, you would be like, oh, these guys are, like, all different. But then, like, around age 70, you get filtered into a lane. You're either, like, Mickey Rooney, old guy, Ted Danson, old guy, we should all be so lucky, old guy that kind of looks like a turtle, which will almost certainly be me. Like, there's not that many options, man. Yeah, like Mitch McConnell, the old dude from The Substance, those are turtle guys. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be a turtle guy. I got all the signs are pointing me to turtle. Biden was a turtle guy. Yes. Well, he still is. I'm assuming. I haven't seen him in a bit, but he definitely he spec'd into turtle for sure. What are the signs? As you get older, you resemble a turtle more, I suppose. That's probably the biggest giveaway. Kate, please tell him this game is bad. It's not bad. It's the best. It's the best. I'm having a lot of fun. And this is real fucking fun. This isn't fake fun. This isn't filling up fucking XP meters so that I get a little animation that shows up on the screen to hijack my primordial lizard brain into thinking like I'm actually doing something. We're gaining skill. We're experiencing pure, unfettered joy. Not a single monetization engineer worked on this game. I'm not sure that really anybody worked on this game, to be honest. But that's what makes it so fucking pure, man. This is streamer bait? No, it's not. The average streamer can't hang with this. I'm sorry. It's the truth. You know what streamer bait is? It's Civ 7. That's not streamer bait. It's not streamer bait to go pog. Hatshepsut, the fucking leader of the Ming Dynasty. Hatshepsut, president of America? That's streamer bait, bro. That doesn't mean it's bad. It means it's bat. What do you have against civilization? When I was 7, nothing. At 36, I'm not sure I believe in the concept anymore. That would have been a sick one to hit. Can I tell you a true story, by the way? So I had never used ChatGPT until it was either last night or even early this morning. I swear it to you. But I got curious. I went to the free ChatGPT and I typed in, convince me to invest in Bitcoin. And then it rattled off like 8 points. Then I read it all and I went, okay, very impressive. Then I typed in, convince me not to invest in Bitcoin. And it rattled off like 8 points, and I read it, and I said, very impressive. But then I was like, take a side. Take a side, man. Like, you didn't tell me anything. I thought, like, at least at some point it would be like, it's a good idea, it's a bad idea, but it was just reflecting the prompt that I asked back in me. Like, it didn't do anything. One, it's got to be lying to me on one side, man. You made the sandwich? Well, I thought maybe I'd be like, convince me to invest in Bitcoin. And then ChatGPT would be like, don't do it, bro. It's a bad idea. But the shit doesn't contain, it was just telling me what I want to hear. I thought it was mining at some kind of deeper truth. Wasn't it helpful? No, not really. I think it would have been very helpful if I only asked it for one side. I would have been like, oh shit, those are good reasons. Then when I asked it the other side and it hit me with an equivalent amount of good reasons, I went, you don't know fucking anything, dummy. You don't know shit. You fucking idiot. Neither do you. I know, that's why I was asking. I thought it had some answers for me. I didn't realize it was just reflecting my opinion back at myself. Like, it might know how to go to the Wikipedia page for cryptocurrency, but it doesn't know what an old bookstore smells like. You look like the kind of guy that insists cheap wine is indistinguishable from expensive wine. Well, okay. First off, duly player, I see you when you are observed. You are perceived. Secondly, it is indistinguishable for me. I would never say it's indistinguishable for all. There must where there's smoke, there's fire on that one. But I'm something much worse. I'm like, and I'm fighting the impulse like every step of the way, but I'm actually like becoming a teetotaler, which is pissing me off. Like I'm railing against the impulse at like every single data point, because they're all pointing in the same direction for me, and it's pissing me the fuck off. You played Edward 40 Hands? I know, and it was like one of the best days of my life, which is why it's fucked. Which is why that shit's pissing me off. Like 15 to 25% of my best memories happened under the influence of alcohol between 2006 and like 2014. That's why it hurts me more than it hurts you, man. That's pretty sad. No, I've had like a pretty rich life, honestly. There's just lots of great stories in there. What's the drunkest you've ever gotten? I don't remember. Also, don't take this the wrong way. I think there's like, as you age, you experience metabolic changes. So that's part of it. The other thing is, a hangover wasn't that bad age 18 to 23, because I didn't have like shit to do. I mean, sure, there were probably a couple days I came in hungover and had to like teach kids, but like broadly, that wasn't, that didn't happen too regularly. But like the older you get, you'll find, man, you always have to do something. All it takes is like one hungover day where you wake up at like 6:30 a.m. because you can't sleep in anymore. And then you get like 1 hour of like, I gotta lock in, I gotta lock in, I gotta lock in. And then like your 2-year-old wakes up and you're on all fucking day. And you're like, that was no amount of euphoria is worth riding out the hangover while also, you know, being super dad right now. Me when I sow versus me when I reap. But then the worst part is that the sowing doesn't work anymore. That was the straw that stirred the camel's drink for me. Is like even when you don't sow, you're still reaping. That shit was pissing me off. You would have like 3 beers, feel no buzz, and then wake up and be like, damn, I don't feel good. They did. They patched sowing. So the thing is that I really think you hit a dilemma in like, maybe it's different for everybody. For me, it was like, you know, maybe a year, 2 years ago. I was like, okay, so like I can have like 2 beers. I could have 3 beers, not really feel a buzz, and probably fuck up my sleep. That's not amenable. That's not acceptable. That's bad on both fronts. I could have 8 beers and get buzzed like crazy and have a hangover. At least you're getting like you're getting the sowing part and the reaping is built in. Or you could have 0 beers and then there's no sowing, no reaping. So I think that's where I've ended up on, is because that's a much better solution, I think. That's the shot. I'm sorry. I have to go pee again. But we're right there, man. We're right there. Did you guys see the Reddit AMA from the lady who was in the plane crash in Toronto? And follow-up question, did you see all the Redditors that were telling her to play Tetris? Chib and Apollo were not joking, man. They had it 100% right. Redditors are like, they're the Brady game strategy guide to life. The lady was like, yeah, I'm still in shock. I think I'm having some trouble getting to sleep. There's like a 700 upvote reply that's like, you know, when I have trouble getting to sleep, I like to lay on my back and count backwards from 100 by threes. And I'm like, bitch, she was just in a plane crash, man. You get her some fucking sedatives or something? Does she have is there a pharmacist at the airport that could give her a Xanax or something? Her plane flipped over, exploded, and the wings came off. You're like, I like to try to make up a story in my head. I find it really distracts me on nights where I can't fall asleep. Her plane exploded, man. I don't think it's the same as like remembering the time you said you too to the ticket ripper who said enjoy your movie. Like this is it's a different kind of class of criminal here. It didn't explode? Okay, there was a lot of fire. I don't know the endothermic versus exothermic kind of taxonomy of like an explosion versus just ambient flames, but there CH4 was being used and fucking heat was coming out. That's all I'm gonna say. I watched Blink twice. It was all right. Is that the Bob Dylan movie? Don't blink twice. It's all right. If and you don't know by now type shit. The light I never knowed type shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I hear ya. Song is listen. It's just a little. I like Don't Think Twice. It's all right, but it's a little braggadocious, right? I wish there was something you would do or say to try and make me change my mind and stay. We never did too much talking anyway. Head ass, quit bragging, dude. Good song. Yeah, it's one of the best for sure. Bob Dylan, head ass. You just kind of wasted my precious time. Yeah, no shit, you're 22 and living in my fucking apartment. That's fucking good, man. That would have killed on stage in like 1966, man. You're living in my house, bitch. What are you doing? What are you talking about? I was thinking too, like, gay Bob Dylan would be like, he sucks cock just like a man. Oh, he gawks just like a man. You got it, because I really want the last one to be like, yes, he does. He guzzles cum just like a man. But I can't get it to rhyme. It's got to be something like that. And then it's still got the fucking tender ass donkey-dee-donkey-dee-donkey-dee-dunk. Plug his mic in. Woody Guthrie at the fucking Newport Folk Festival. Don't do it, Bob. Don't go gay. I'm doing it. Once upon a time, you touched my balls. Didn't you? Dicking you? Boo! Boo! Bob Dylan went gay! He went gay! Now that would be a fucking movie, man. That would be a fucking movie. That's so true. Gay Bob Dylan. A man in me would do nearly any ass. And then it writes itself after that point. You're so true. Lot of lyrics going on in my head right now. And some associated imagery, honestly. Are they TOS? No, I don't think so. As long as they say it's cool that Bob Dylan's gay. I actually think that's probably the only way to make him a better artist. It's like instead of the song Sarah, it was like about, Daryl. Grecian type statue with a hell of a cock. Daryl. Now that you got me, you don't need a sock. Something like that. I might send him a letter. He might like it, man. It might be a good late pivot career. Plus, like, dude, if he's got writer's block, I can't think of another song. But you've already written 700. Just make them all gay now. Weird Al can do it. He could do a whole album in like a month, man. I mean, Blowing in the Wind, it writes itself, man. We might get 12 different verses in chat immediately. I should put the chip in the cap. I hate to say it. I feel like J.K. Simmons is kind of becoming the old rock. Where it was like, right after Whiplash was like peak J.K. Simmons, and everybody was like, myself included, was like, I want to see this guy in everything. And then the more things I see him in, I'm like, we got to get this guy a new agent, man. He's in so much dog shit. He's in so much ass, man. You can -2 me like all you want. He's in Omega. He's in Red One. He's in the Tomorrow War. He's in Invincible. I was talking about like real art, not anime. Whatever, fuck you. I'm coming around on the anime fans because someone in the Peloton Discord said the average Letterboxd review of the best movie you've ever seen be like 5 stars. Looks like the dumb bitch convention came to town. And the average review on my anime list of like a 2 out of 5 anime is like 5 paragraphs actually interfacing with the art. And I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time to call a truce with the anime fans, man. The top Letterboxd reviews are pissing me the fuck off every day. Nah, you should read some of my anime list reviews first. Yeah, it's probably true. I'm gonna get in trouble. Letterboxd is a normie site. No, it's not. It's not. It is. It's not. I swear it isn't. It's cool people on Twitter coded. It's not Turbo Normie. If it was Turbo Normie, the #1 movie of last year would be Venom: The Last Dance. You don't know. It's cool Twitter users who have left Twitter but still crave the attention. Which, trust me, I understand. That's new normie? No, it's not. Those normies are still out there. They're just not online that much. They're walking outside in Target with t-shirts that have so much writing on it, it looks like a Dr. Meyer's soap bottle. You need to leave your house at some point. Jesus t-shirt plus 8 kids. I saw a dude yesterday, he was wearing a shirt, and just like, I don't know, I feel like one day there's going to be like a study, if scientists still exist or whatever, that's like the devastating implications and consequences that podcasting has had on, the 21st century. He was wearing a shirt, and the shirt was like, you know how every restaurant now, like they don't have food, they just have like a neon sign that says like, don't talk to me till I have my tacos. So it was like that kind of font. And it said, ain't it funny how the harder you work, the luckier you get. And just and maybe the average person would just see the shirt and be like, whatever. But for me, I'm like walking through the entire process of that dude, not just choosing that shirt to wear, but buying the shirt after we saw an ad on Facebook that was like, more people need to know this shit. Like more people need to see this shit for sure, dude. Imagining him putting on the shirt. Yeah, his rippling torso. Because he was quite handsome, to be honest with you. Taking off the shirt. Gay Bob Dylan be like... And I'm like, I guarantee you own a self-storage business. The way you're patting yourself on the back. It's true, I've won the lottery 4 times since I started working 80-hour weeks. Yes, man, I love that. That's huge. Then, like, I saw another one that I thought about, but, like, it's in the same vein, but it's more tragic than sad. Because instead of a dude wearing it, it's a lady wearing it, and it's easier to make fun of men in the current climate, because, well, anyway, the shirt, it had the same kind of Facebook, like, targeted ad font on it, and it said, everybody you see is fighting a battle you know nothing about. And I'm like, damn, it's like a Saturday at the mall. Like, I wasn't gonna go up to you and be like, hey lady, fuck off or whatever. I was more like, maybe I would have just chosen like an earth tone or something like that, but I get people are going through it, man, which is fair. Never fuck with an iron worker who was born in February or his waitress daughter. Yes, dude. Yes. I did see another, dude, I saw a lot of great shirts. There was another one that said, it was something like, what's my plan? Hang on a second. I'm calling Jesus or something. It was similar to that. It was like, what am I going to do? Hang on. I'm asking Jesus. Shirts are back, man. They should, you're not going to like this one, but it's true. They should make like a Whiplash 2 where Miles Teller graduates and realizes that like you can't make a living as a jazz drummer anymore because it's not like 1961. That's going to be a fucking rude awakening. He motherfucker crashed his car just to end up doing like data entry at an insurance company or something like that. That's fucked up. That's a real tragedy, man. Expecting my first kid in September. Any tips? You know what I was saying? Kate's not in the chat right now. I can hear her doing important stuff upstairs. This is not really answering your question. I apologize. But I was thinking, like, you know, if I had been in the plane that flipped over in Toronto, being a parent is like crazy. And real dads will know what this is like. If I was like childless and I was in a plane crash, that would suck. But I think at least I could like come to terms with my own demise.
Like I would have like 2 minutes where I could be like, this is it, make my peace, etc., etc. But you know, if my toddler's next to me on the airplane, the last like 5 minutes of my life is going to be playing the Bluey app on the fucking iPad and then trying to get to the airplane bathroom while the fucking Boeing 737 is pulling 9 Gs because she said she didn't have to go potty before we got on the airplane. And now all of a sudden the plane's crashing and she's like, I really gotta go. And so I'm like, the flight attendants are in the jump seat. I'm like, sorry, I know the seatbelt sign's like illuminated, but she's really gotta go. Like I wouldn't be able to even be at peace, man, in like my final moments or whatever. You got like a bigger responsibility. Maybe it would be good. Maybe it would be like distracting, I guess. You wouldn't tell her to just hold it? Bro, she doesn't listen to me. She's marching to the beat of her own drum. I think like dying in a plane crash, don't get me wrong, it would suck. But if it like, if you were just like watching the movie and the plane crashed, that's tragic, but at least it's fast, right? And you're like not aware of what's happening. The really harrowing thing is when you read about the planes that were crashing for like 20 minutes. Like the one, I guess I shouldn't say it pisses me off, but the one that like, it pulls at your fucking psyche is that Air France one that was flying back to Paris from Brazil, and like the tubes got iced over, so they weren't able to rely on their instruments to know their altitude. So like the airplane was going like low altitude, and the pilot was like, well, I gotta pull up then. And then the other pilots woke up and were like, what the hell are you doing? We're in a stall. So they like, the plane for like half an hour was just doing this. And then, even then, like it was still going like low altitude, pull up. And they were like, why won't the plane like fly right? And it's because the co-pilot was still trying to pull it up, man. They were like, we can't get it out of the stall. It's because you got there was, okay, I don't want to be glib, but there was an imposter in the cockpit, man. Like the two of the dudes were like fixing the fucking problem, but then the last dude was like, the alarm says pull up, so I'm going to pull up. That's the shit where like, sorry, you're getting haunted like forever. Forever. You fucked us, buddy. It's weird. I hope this doesn't become ironic at some point. It's like there's times where like I'm on an airplane and there's turbulence, and I'm like, I would rather the plane just disintegrated and I died almost more than like think I'm gonna crash for like half an hour and land safely, which is not rational. That's sometimes how it feels though. You're like, I would rather just be dead than like believe I'm going to die and then live. Like to suffer and then like have to go eat at the fucking airport sushi restaurant while you're in shock or something like that. I would rather that the whole flight is just smooth and we land and everyone's happy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. I don't want to feel the dread. That's right. Just play Tetris. Play Tetris and count backwards from 100 by threes. That's true. You do probably get like a buff afterwards. Like people were saying, oh, I bet the people on that plane yesterday that flipped over, they're like going to be so insufferable about that for the rest of their lives. I'm like, yeah, buddy, I would be. It mogs almost any other story that you've ever, like, that you could tell. Of course I would be telling that story every day. You earned it. Your plane flipped upside down and the wings fell off. And you fucking made it to the airport, man. I'd be telling the story 18 times a day to the same people who have already heard it. And you can't get tired of it. If you're like, oh, here we go, the airplane crash story again. I'll be, oh, sorry, it doesn't hold a candle to the time a dude cut you off in traffic and fucking nothing happened, but you got angry. Your plane crash is not your personality. Damn, like, no, we get it. Like, no, it must have been like pretty crazy, but like, I'm just sort of like sick of hearing about it. Like, I'm talking about my day, and then he comes in like, oh, yeah, that reminds me of the time my plane fucking flipped over, the wings came off, and the whole bitch was on fire. Can I say, Chibli, I called him not a real yearner because he gave Before Sunrise a 4 out of 5. Then this weekend, I Googled Letterboxd Chiblee, and I saw that he gave 5 stars to Paddleton, I apologized to him. I went into the Discord and said, Chiblee, I'm sorry. I said you weren't a real yearner. I also saw Dan's review of Paddington in Peru that said, I can handle the truth. This review may have spoilers. And then I clicked on the review, and the review was like a fun movie for the whole family. It got me great, man. It got me so good. Paddington and Fozzie, who's topping? It's got to be Fozzie. Paddington strikes me a bit as like a pillow princess. I could be wrong. I mean, I've never seen them in that capacity. Fozzie's a goofy-ass bottom. Yeah, but there's like someone's got a top, right? I think. I don't really know. Maybe nobody has the top. We were trying to tease this out in Chib's chat. Because I was saying, what happens if 2 bottoms go on a date, but they both order a salad? Like, doesn't one of them go, no, you should have the skyline chili or something like that. You should have the ribs, man. You should have the ribs. No, I had ribs last week. I just really feel like having a salad tonight. Then everyone went crungo, etc., etc. And I was like, I'm just asking, I'm using it as a metaphor to learn, man. This actually happens to me? Well, speak on that. I don't know. It's a view into a world I have never been a part of. So I'm just curious, to be honest. Everyone says, like, educate yourself, and then all of a sudden I start asking questions, and they're like, not like that. Doesn't make any damn sense to me. I have a theory that the funnier you are, the more of a bottom you are. Justin, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm running the bits through the filter to see if they're problematic, but they're getting so complicated that I don't know if they're problematic anymore. Because what I was gonna say is that if I were gay, I think I would be a bottom because I'm just kind of like a go with the flow sort of guy. But then I was like, maybe that's problematic. Maybe it's the bottoms who are actually the ones that are like defining the interaction. I don't know. Because my heteronormative thinking is that everybody wants the top. But I think I might have it backwards. I don't know. Or is there like an equilibrium? Is it 50-50? Is it like 2/3, 1/3, or what? It's exactly 50-50. That's pretty lucky. Everybody wants the bottom? I mean, Justin, listen, I need someone to back me up here. Otherwise, I'm going to get marooned on a fucking island. But like, as a penis haver, you get it. If I had the choice, I would rather like take a break from time to time. It's a lot of pressure, man. There's a lot of responsibility that falls on your shoulders. You know, I'm not complaining, but like, there's times where you're like, you know, sometimes you want to be the first star of the game. Sometimes you want to just get a couple secondary assists, you know? Balls on your shoulders. Yes, man, yes. Like sometimes you want to take the face-offs and sometimes you just want to, you know, be a facilitator on the power play. I'm a huge man. People's expectations for a linebacker of a top is unreal. I can't be doing all that. Dude, I didn't even think about that. But I'm sure you encounter some individuals that are like, they're expecting you to kind of like fuck them up. That's messed up. That's not okay, man. That's a hurtful stereotype. That's so real. Don't give me the credit for that. That's Justin's observation, man. You know what? I know some of my own personality flaws, at least. I'm deriving way too much meaning from putting the fucking chip in the cup while talking about like gay sex, right? You know what it is, though? Is that we're increasingly living in a world where adults are willfully and unwillfully being infantilized, and their favorite movie is like the Lego Batman movie, and I'm like, you're 31 years old, and nobody else on the website is talking about real shit like this. It's just us, man. This is a normal adult conversation. But because we're not talking about Puss in Boots: The Last Wish or something like that, people are like, is this TOS? Buddy, your granddad was flying Spitfires for the RAF in the Battle of Britain. He thought he was gonna fucking die, okay? Just put the chip in the cap. And tell me whether there's more bottoms or tops, because I don't know. And has it changed over time? Like in 2006, was there a top surplus, but now there's more bottoms? That might be my hypothesis, but what do I know? There's more bottoms and it's pretty evergreen. Okay, all right. 12 horny men. Yes. That would be a fucking sick movie, man. What I'm picturing is that like the first like 10 minutes, so the jury goes into the room and they close the door, and then you watch like a little conversation between the two police officers who are guarding the door, and then they go, oh, they've been in there for a little while, let's just make sure maybe they're getting hungry, and then they open the door and it's just, I don't think you need me to tell you what's going on in the room. I think we'll leave that up to the storyboarders. And then they go, all right, and they strip down and they jump into it. It's like that Lemmy photo where, well, maybe not the one you're thinking of, the other one. And then there's like it fades to black and there's like a transition back to the courtroom and the judge is like, have you made your decision? And then the jury foreman stands up and goes, yes, we, the men of the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. And the next scene is him. At the end. Yep, they still found him guilty. They gave him the chair. Favorite romance film? That's tough. I'd have to say probably like Death Race. Oh! I just screamed and scared my coworker. Bro, you can't be reacting to second monitor content at the office in this kind of labor market, man. You gotta you gotta give the appearance at least of being locked in. I also been getting served a lot of r/kitchen nightmares, which is, I love it. Because every single post is just a picture of like someone from the show, like the chef or the restaurant owner, like a server. And then the headline is like a quote from them on the show. I thought it was gross when Chef Ramsay put his finger in the chicken, and it'll be like a picture of the waitress, and it'll have 700 upvotes. And I'm like, damn, these guys are really Kitchen Nightmares diehards, huh? What instrument makes that fucking sound on Kitchen Nightmares? Where like when the food comes out, it goes like, you know what I'm talking about? Yes, dude. The way, hang on. Hydrophone. That's it. 1-to-1. Absolutely. That is the isolated sound effect in its entirety. So when he gets brought the fucking chicken scallopini or whatever, and it's all the same color, looks like fucking shit from my ass. Gordon Ramsay, listen, I love the show, but it is, every episode does start with like, I have the worst fucking thing on the menu. And then when it arrives, he's like, oh, this fucking looks like a donkey's ass. Dude is at like an ice cream parlor, and he's like, I'll have the fucking Dover sole. Hold. Little light, but a good throw. The Beatles could never do a Hatsune Miku song. She can't even do a Hatsune Miku song, though, right? Like, I'm not trying to get too existential. But, like, do you know what I mean when I say that? I'm saying, like, why does she go on tour? Couldn't she play in, like, 200 cities, like, in one night? Like Santa Claus style, and just knock it out? Take the rest of the year off? Unsubscribing. I have nothing against her. I'm just saying, like, obviously, I'm missing out on some of the nuance. This guy's never seen a Hatsune Miku concert. Like in Key Bank Arena 2017 or something. I was there in 2016 when she played the one that goes poppy poppy pop 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 pop. Can I also say, with some disrespect intended, without a doubt, worst behaved audience I've ever seen at a concert. I haven't been to that many concerts. People were much better behaved at Bob Dylan at the K-Rock Center in 2010, but it wasn't that stinky. But normally when I'm in Seattle, I'm at PAX anyway, so this man hates the youth? No, they were like cutting in line like a lot. And you're gonna say like, oh, they were probably just excited for the show? No, man, they were cutting in line to drop like $200 on like glow sticks and shit. And I'm like, we're all, and the worst part is too, they would like talk about cutting in line before they cut in line. So you would like hear them behind. They'd be like, just go up front. No, I don't want to. Dude, no one's going to say anything. They're just going to go squeeze up in front. We'll follow you after you get there. And then they would do it. And the person would be like, hey, there's a line back there. And they'd go, sorry, I didn't know. And then they would walk back. And they repeated like 5 times because the merch line was like an hour long. But she was great. She was in good form that night. How many people do you think have seen Bob Dylan and Hatsune Miku in concert? I'm telling you, brother, I'm one of them. Not together, although that'd be a hell of a show. I know Bob normally doesn't like to be the opener, but sometimes you just got to get the fuck out of the way, old man. Who was better? I mean, Hatsune Miku was a lot better in concert than 2010 Bob Dylan. I'm just going to be honest with you. Now, if we're talking about the studio, I think you know where my allegiances lie. But yeah, in terms of the performance, definitely, I'm not even trying to be funny. Hatsune Miku cleared Bob Dylan in concert for sure. But also, I mean, to be fair, what did I expect? I don't think Bob Dylan was like too excited to fucking play Kingston, Ontario. He might have put in more of an effort for like Montreal or whatever, but he was probably felt like playing in Kingston, Ontario was like a little bit beneath his station. Which is very fair, I think. One thing I never really thought about it. As a kid, I was like 13, so this is a little embarrassing, but I was like a little scared of the Green Goblin. I'd be like, I'm glad like there's no Green Goblin in real life. Sorry, the punchline is already making me laugh. It's like, that would be bad, man, if he was around. Like, what would we do? But then when you're older, like, why didn't they just shoot him with a missile or something? Like, couldn't the military just, like, hit him with a fucking missile and kill him in, like, a second? He dodged it? Bro, they could shoot down other fighter jets. There's no shot that fuck-ass glider is pulling, like, 12 Gs. Just target him with the missile. That shit could take down, like, a F-18 Hornet or something. It can't take down his shitty little glider in a city? Well, he was upstate from time to time. Was he? Yeah, like at the Macy Gray concert or whatever. That was in Times Square? Really? I literally, in my head, I don't know, you can't see my mouse pointer. I would say halfway down the blue banker's box with the 2 on it, I said, that was it. I said, this is it. We got, you still got one more shot? That's not how we do it here. We play with honor here. Is the universe expanding faster than the average human being's walking pace? Or is it like continental drift, where it's like a millimeter a year or something? It's expanding faster than the speed of light? That doesn't really... You might be able to trick some people with that, but for me, I don't know. I can smell... I've got a pretty good bullshit detector. That just doesn't pass the smell test, brother. Do your own research. So true. The Facebook anti-NASA astrophysicists doing their own research, building their own fucking James Webb telescope and shit. Sending their own probes, like, into the Kuiper belt and shit. Hey, we got those readings back. Turns out there's like 3% more benzene than we originally hypothesized. Interesting. Science is so fucking boring. I'm sorry. It's very important. But that was like me, like my second year of university. Is the first year they're basically just teaching you like the high school science over again. And then the second year they're like, and as you can see, when you manipulate the sample, there's 3 micrograms of guanine in it. And I'm like, that shit is not what I signed up for, bro. I thought we were going to be like, I don't even know. I thought we were going to be creating like a superhero or something. Just put the agar on the plate, bro. Just put the fly nap on the Q-tip. It was fucked up too, because I failed my genetics lab. Because they have, it's because I'm too woke. Because they have you put the flies to sleep. And then you're supposed to look at them and be like, you know, you sex the flies. You say which ones are male, which ones are female. Every single one I wrote down, it's not for me to say. I said, that's not, you'd have to ask them. It's not for me. How would I know? I have never spoken to them. And they said, guess what, buddy? 0. Here's a 0 for you. Sometimes being on the right side of history, it takes courage. He won't do it. He's woke. I can't do it. I'm woke. I still remember the craziest bio lab we had was like, I mean, listen, I'm not anti-science. I just think it's funny to pretend to be anti-science, although it's increasingly becoming less funny due to like the real world. But we did a lab where it was like we were studying locusts. So first you take like I mean, there's a little bit of violence in this story, but they are bugs, so just chill. So first you would like take a locust and you would basically cut its head off, and you would take its tissue and process it in such a way that you could do an analysis of its metabolites and see if it was like, you know, how much adrenaline did it have in its body at this time? And you'd be like, about the base level, because it didn't know what the fuck was going on, because his brain is like the size of an atom. And then you would take like another locust. This is real. I swear it to you. You would throw the locust in one of those big garbage cans that's probably like 3 or 4 feet tall, and you would beat the shit out of the garbage can with a yardstick just to distress the locusts. And they were hopping around like fucking, they were not pleased. Like they were insanely agitated in there. And then you would, you know, recapture the locust and cut its head off and then analyze its metabolites. And you'd be like, wow, this one appeared to have more adrenaline at the time of its death. Yeah, man. But sometimes you like fuck up the lab. You gotta like do it again. And you're like, damn, there's no shot bugs have ghosts. Because if I was a bug and you cut off my fucking head after torturing me, and you fucked up the data so you didn't even learn anything from it, because your ass was like not paying attention to the method that they laid out for you, I would be haunting your ass forever for sure. So I'm kind of on the fence about human ghosts, but bugs 100% do not have a soul. I proved something that they didn't expect me to prove in that lab. Hold. That was a rude ass fucking bottle cap, man. You're not wrong. I want the gay Bob Dylan bit. I think it's played out, but I was kind of like riffing on it in my head while I was making breakfast this morning. It's kind of like too easy because he has 735 songs. But I want splooge, do 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 do. I want splooge. It's a little like hacky, but it just works, man. I sucked Bob Dylan off on stage. Who the hell are you? Yeah, straight Freddie Mercury. Straight Freddie Mercury. Well, I don't even know what that would look like. Because We Are the Champions might actually be the straightest song of all time. Like, I'm straight and I don't feel good about listening to that song because it's so straight. Like, it's almost too straight. The only reason I can listen to it is that it was written and performed by a gay man. So there's like a little bit of, I don't know, some irony in there, I guess. He banged women too. Okay, quit bragging. I don't know why in my head all I can think of is Freddie Coomer. Imagine that would be a real nightmare on Elm Street, man. When Freddie Coomer invades your fucking dreams with his gooning glove. I haven't really seen the movie. He's got claws on his hands though. What was your 9/11 like? So I was in the 8th grade, and then we were at recess, and when we lined up to come back into the class, all the teachers were like whispering to each other, and we were like, that's weird. And then we got back into the class, and our teacher made like an announcement to us about what was happening in New York. And at the time, I swear to you this is true, our classroom had one computer. So I sat down on the computer and I don't know where I went. I probably went to like CNN.com and read the live blog or whatever it was of what was happening to the whole class. And I also was like, I was talking to my friends and I was like, we gotta we got to figure out who owed the U.S. money, man. Because in my middle school brain, I was like, the World Trade Center is probably where they keep like all the hard copies of like the bank accounts and stuff like that. So I was like, someone who owed the U.S. a lot of money probably wanted to take that shit out so that they wouldn't owe them any money anymore. It is, and I had not seen Fight Club at the time. But then when I saw Fight Club, I was like, we're on the same page here, man. Oh, so when fucking Chuck Palahniuk does it, everyone's like, wow, so incredible. But me at age 13, everyone's like, you're an idiot. Okay, buddy, make it make sense. But then, like, I mean, I can't speak for every other millennial, but it took me a while to get used to people using 9/11 as like, or even referring to it within a joke, if not using it as a punchline itself, because it like was a tragedy that it was forbidden to speak even like anything less than the most somber tone about for like 15 years. I mean, you know, I don't want to say I got over it because I wasn't really like involved, but I definitely remember being like going to bed that night and being like, oh shit, like I hope nobody flies an airplane into my house. Like there was mass delusion and hysteria, man. Like in my little house in rural Ontario, I was scared. But I was also scared of like aliens abducting me or whatever. So probably more likely to be abducted by an alien than to have Al-Qaeda crash an airplane into my house when I was like 12 years old. To be honest, maybe the alien fear was like more rational than the other one. But anyway, why not anymore? Nothing ever happens. You know how it is. With my luck, the aliens will fucking abduct me and they'll be like, we needed you. You're the expert. They're going to take me into a room with 2 fucking silver handles and be like, do you know how to work this thing? I can't get the hot water to come out. I'm like, yeah, brother, chill. You just turn the shit, turn this shit all the way to the fucking left. And it'll take like 25 minutes to not be ice. Then you'll step in the shower, and in 1 second, it'll be the hottest water that has ever existed on the planet. It'll feel like it's coming right out of a volcano. And then turn it 2 degrees clockwise, and then it'll be ice again. And then just wipe the soap off your body with a towel. Excuse me? The hell happened there, man? A good... Isaac Newton is going to be pissed off. What's the other Hoobastank song? They had one song that was big before The Reason. Crawling in the Dark. Okay, 1 second. You know how it is. Open an incognito tab. Crawling in the Dark. Hoobastank. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I know this song, man. I did see that... I'm becoming the guy who hates his own generation, man. 35 now, and this stays on the playlist for my life. Great to see a bunch of 30-somethings here with me. Heart. Early 2000s was the best for rock. You had pop, punk, new metal, modern alt-rock. I loved it all. You are the fucking CEO of being wrong. No disrespect. I'm listening to this, Incubus, 3 Days Grace, and playing Need for Speed Underground 2. Could say I'm going on a nostalgia trip. Let's go 90s babies. If you listen to Hoobastank in 2025, you're probably old enough to remember when MTV played music videos. I'm 37 and love sharing music like this to my 13-year-old niece. I have to make sure the next generation gets to hear this awesome music. Come on, man. It's Facebook, man. YouTube, what is this comment? YouTube is the only place to listen to old songs. What are you talking about, man? It's like every place where you can listen to songs is where you can listen to old songs. That's just factually extremely incorrect. Coming home from school and turning on MTV with this video was one of the highlights of living in the early 2000s. Well, that might be true, but that's more of an indictment of, I would say, the early 2000s instead of a compliment towards Hoobastank. Please check out the comments to EMF Unbelievable. So for anybody who doesn't know, that's the song that goes, "Yeah, unbelievable. Oh, wah, 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 wah." Let's see what people are saying about this. What did I tell you, man? What did I tell you? You say to me, I don't talk enough, then when I do, I'm a fool. Awesome line. Oh, no. So true. Dude, this is ChatGPT. Legendary and iconic. I miss the 80s and 90s. Those were the golden and platinum years of music. And as someone whom growing up during this time, gosh, we would never gonna gets back. I just reminisce the greatness of this era. Where do we start? Each band are unique, crazy, and giving the wildest fashion they could think of. Remember TLC, Vanilla Ice, and Kiss? Alternative punk, Britpop, grunge, rock, ballads, and girl groups are everywhere. They are so original and talented. Who's with me? I am with you. I read a YouTube comment that said the 90s were a revolution. It really was. Digital technology killed music. What the have you heard? Unbelievable? There's a motherfucker on a synth in the music video right when I hit the play button. Thanks for the Blood on the Tracks recommendation. I listened to it today and liked it a lot. Wait till you hear Come on the Tracks. I've been workshopping that one for a little bit. Tangled Up in Splooge, A Simple Masturbate. What's next? You're a Big Boy Now. We gotta come up with a good one for Idiot Wind. It's like 8 minutes long. You're Gonna Make Me Lonesome When You Come. Skeet Me in the Morning. Shelter from the Porn. Buckets of Cum. It's kind of a theme. There's kind of a recurring motif on it's art, man. It's very literary. Yeah, Lily, Rosemary, and the Jack of Cum. Yes, sorry, I forgot about that one. Someone's got it in for me. They're planting semen in my ass. Whoever it is, I wish they cut it out quick. I have got some gas to pass. Yes, it writes itself, man. Even Splooge yesterday. You had to ask me where was my scat. I couldn't believe after all these beers. You didn't know where to finish at. Sweet Larry. It would totally work, man. He did win a Nobel Prize. It was very progressive at the time. 3 streams of this, huh? You really think if I played like 5 rounds of Marvel Rivals, it would meaningfully save your life? I'm just asking. You shouldn't be offended by the question. I mean, you're the one who came in here talking guff to begin with. Nah, but it would be some variety? No, it wouldn't. It would be this exact same. I don't know what to tell you. It would be worse because I would be further from enlightenment. Because instead of pursuing meaning, I would be eating Fun Dip. You don't get it, man. You just don't get it. At first you're distracted. And then you crave the distraction. And then you abhor the distraction. You're almost there. And so am I. I felt the heat coming off too hot on that one. Office Bluetooth playing the Weatherman Sea Shanty. What are your thoughts on that? You couldn't last a day in the asylum they raised me in. I remember... I worked at an office like summer 09 and 010. We always had the radio on. There was only I don't know, in our wing of the office, there was only 10 people or something like that. And it was the day Michael Jackson died. They interrupted the song and were like, breaking news. We have a terrible headline for you. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, dead at 58 or something like that. I just remember my boss standing up and going, it was, I didn't know that she knew him, man. I was freaking out. And it turns out, she just really liked his songs, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. But I was for a second, I was damn, why the hell are you working here if you know Michael Jackson? I'm trying to think of what other historic events, if I can remember where I was. Well, we already told the 9/11 story. It's not that remarkable. Kevin Durant getting traded. Messi leaving Barcelona. Europe is so funny, man. And I guess South America as well. O.J. Simpson verdict. I was 7. I was at home, I'm assuming. Tom Hanks getting COVID. I was at home. Barack Obama winning. Yeah, I remember I went to my friend's girlfriend's election party. And halfway through, me and my friend realized that much to our surprise, half of the people at the party were rooting for John McCain. They were 19 or 20-year-old art students in Canada. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You're rooting for John McCain? You're a 19-year-old Canadian English literature major? I thought this was a slam dunk, man. I thought we were all on the same team. Yeah, I remember the Bin Laden news. I was at my office in South Korea. I did not say we got him. I didn't. Yeah, do you know what? I do remember Princess Diana as well. I had stayed overnight at my friend's house. I was probably 7 or 8 years old. We slept in a tent, like on his front yard. And at like 7 in the morning, his dad unzipped the tent and was like, just so you guys know, Princess Diana just died. And we were like, oh no! But we were like 8. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. Like, we were like, I know that person! No! And then we just went inside and like had breakfast, and then I went home. I do not remember the Christmas truce. I'm pretty sure that was in like 1916. I do remember, dude, I remember way more than I thought. Steve Irwin's death was literally like the day I moved into my college dorm. And we had like a bunch of people in our dorm room. And then just one of the random people in there was like, oh no, Steve Irwin just died. We were like, what? I mean, none of these stories are going to be like, it's not like in any of these stories, like I did anything but just continue on with my day afterwards. But I definitely remember like where I was. I mean, what do you think Grandma was doing when she saw that JFK shit? It was probably like, holy fuck, this is crazy. Time to cook dinner. Like, kids were coming home from school in like 15 minutes or whatever. You know what I think is interesting about playing Trickshot Simulator? And this is just an observation. It's not meant to doom anybody. When you play, I'm going to use the term derisively. When you play a real game, you forget how morally bankrupt type A's are. Because you get tricked into thinking that there's like a quest to master this. He really should listen to the chatter that tells him to build attack speed instead of building crit. You know, you're like, that guy's fucking right. But once you're like, there's an impetus for him to do that. It's because NL's doing something wrong in a game and it matters. When you play Trickshot Simulator and the tide goes out, but there's still some type A's that are like, you should practice 3 and 2 so that you can get it faster. You realize that the type A's are just squawking because it's in their nature, man. You know, the same way you don't get mad at a mole for making holes in your yard because that's what they're there for. It shows you the Emperor's New Clothes type situation that you got going on with the type A's, man. None of this shit matters. Now you're fucking getting it, man. This endeavor is putting this whole website on notice, man. Because this is the same as everything else on the website. You don't get it. But it's with all the pomp and circumstance stripped off and the actual conceit of the thing laid bare. And people are saying, please, please, turn off the lights. I can't bear to look at myself in the mirror. Buddy, if you don't like what it's showing you, you got to show it something different. Stop calling me juror number 4. If anything, the juror I would most like to be, it would be nice to be juror number 8, but I don't know if I'm that guy. Within reason, juror number 11 is aspirational. And I mean, unfortunately, I do think I've got a little of juror number 2 from 12 Angry Men in me, and not just the hairstyle. You know the most insulting thing of all? We've been on this for almost 16 minutes. And you're saying that I would be juror number 7. You really think given the opportunity for a principled yap session, I would be like, let's get out of here and watch fucking baseball? Are you stupid? Have you been paying attention? There's no shot. Juror number 7 is probably the second last juror I would be. The last is definitely the dude who's just really, really racist, who I believe is juror number 10. They should remake it, though. Maybe like add 30 minutes onto it for no reason and get like a licensed soundtrack and breakable sets. 12 different origin stories for each juror. I mean, you laugh because it's the worst idea of all time, but like I would definitely watch like a juror number 4 movie. I would watch a juror number 4 movie for sure, man. Yes, you're right. In the room, it doesn't have no AC, it has no Wi-Fi. And they're all losing their fucking minds. And then like 2/3 of the way through the movie when they're looking out the window and they're instead of like looks like a storm, they're like, huh, did you guys hear that? And then they keep talking, but like throughout the rest of it, you start to see like smoke billowing through the windows. And then at the end of the movie, they're like, that settles it. We find the defendant. And then you hear, and like a fucking kaiju rips the roof off the courthouse and you see there's like helicopters and like fighter jets and shit in the air. Yes, man, that would be fucking my perfect movie. And they're like, none of this shit matters. Godzilla's attacking. Go, 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 go. 10 squats every 30 tries. I gotta tell you, don't take this the wrong way, because I don't know you physically, mentally, or spiritually. But anytime it's not nice. Anytime someone proposes a workout regimen that's like that, I'm like, you can just like do the push-ups, right? Like you don't have to tie it to like, I get the idea is like, oh, I need like an extra level of gamification to do the workout. But like, at the risk of sounding needlessly forehead, you just need to do the push-up. Just ride on a stationary bike without a tablet then? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that everybody in here has got 8-pack abs because they've been doing the League of Legends workout routine. Where like every time they die, they do 3 burpees or something like that. I forgot, every time you watch the Olympics, they're always like, what's your training regimen? And they're like, oh, I do 3 push-ups every time I have to buy awards when I play support in Dota. You ever landed the second one? Yeah, watch this. Any questions? Fuck you. Fear, there's like rational fear and irrational fear, right? I used to be scared about flying, and then I flew enough that I was no longer scared about flying, even though the risk had probably only changed like an imperceptible amount. The thing that changed was me. Nowadays, I mean, we don't have to get into the stats of it. There's a chance that the risk has changed, but I can't make myself be scared. I already got over the fear. But once that shit starts bobbing up and down mid-flight, it doesn't matter if you like, no, sheer forces have never taken apart a plane mid-flight when you're trying to make sure that the Diet Coke doesn't spill on your neighbor, you're like, come on, man. Can you not just fly around it? I'm flying twice on Saturday. You're gonna be totally fine. Stop trying to steal valor from the people that actually got in the plane crash. You're literally gonna get on, the worst thing that's gonna happen is probably you're gonna be in boarding group 4 and all the overheads are gonna be full, so they're gonna have to check your suitcase. That's what you should be afraid of, man. Share the flight number. Dude, that would be a great stream, man. A chatter who's afraid of flying tells us what flight they'll be on, and then we just watch it, the flight radar, all stream. That would be a fucking sick stream, dude. I don't really want to do it, but like somebody should do it. Then when you see the fucking altitude go from like 35,000 feet to 34,980 feet. Monka S, that it goes back to 35,000 feet. Jackass! Yes, dude! Saved. If it actually crashed, that would be fucked up, though. You'd be like, oh my God. What the fuck? Chat, is this real? It actually fucking went down. Oh my God. Don't say pay out the doubters. It's glib. That's a man's life in theory. I was thinking, we've gone too far. Like, we have soft drinks. Those are sodas. We have hard drinks. Those are alcoholic drinks. We have light drinks. Those are diet sodas. We're in the fucking sweet spot to launch a heavy drink, man. We're in exactly the right kind of cultural climate to launch a Coke that has twice as much sugar as a regular Coke. Like a Coke 300 that has like 70 grams of sugar in it in 350 milliliters. I'm telling you, man. Is it disgusting? Yes. But there is a part of me that also thinks that this would be the single greatest tasting substance that's ever existed on planet Earth. Dude, it's molasses. No, I'm not going to make it. That's like spiritually vacant to pour sugar into your own Coke. But if they did that shit at the factory, I'd probably like sample one. But you could do it like Italian style. Or like, Japanese style. When you order like a large soda in Japan and they give you like an espresso cup? It could be like that. It's like instead of having like a full-sized Coke, you could have like a 50 milliliter Coke 300 or something like that. Now we're talking. And then the thing is, the marketing writes itself. It's like, I can already see the magazine ad. Coke 300. Don't be a pussy. The TV ads are like, you just get somebody, I'm thinking like you get like a Mike Birbiglia type or something like that, drinking a Coke Zero. He saw the flavor of cola, but without any of the sugar. And then like a fist just like knocks him the fuck out from off the screen. Yeah, you got it exactly right. Terry Crews comes in, or Mark Wahlberg or whatever. Sorry, I didn't know you were a bitch. Coke 300! Ah! You know what is crazy to me? Is how close to intelligent that almost everybody is. Because people will come in here and really be like, you played this one level for 16 hours, but you only played fucking Skyrim for 8 hours? And you're like, yeah, buddy, you're a smart guy. What's Occam's razor? This shit is better than Skyrim. Sorry, the proof is in the fucking pudding. Occam's razor dictates you play the games that are the most fun. So I'm sorry, it's just more fun. That's rage bait? It's not. It's not at all. It's probably the best game on my fridge. I'll give it that for sure. At least until the Samsung fridge version of this comes out. But I don't know, that could be like years from now. It took me 70 hours to clear the most recent raid in Final Fantasy XIV. The thing is, 7 other people have to do it at the same time. You're making a compelling case for me playing the game. That's the first time I've ever been like, maybe I should play Final Fantasy XIV. I get it now, man. Well, I'm starting to get it. I'm never going to play it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to give you like false hope. Well, I don't know. Never say never. Hopefully I never find myself compelled to play it. Because I have to imagine that it would follow like a very traumatic event in my life if I'm like, now's a good time to get into a MOBA. Now's a really good time to get into an 11-year-old MOBA. Or not MOBA, MMO, sorry. Men shouldn't be allowed to have podcasts. That's sexist. Men should be allowed to have podcasts, but they can't be about working out, finance, or self-improvement until like we need to put it on like a wait list or something like that because they're full right now. I think you could, I'm always happy to see like another comedy podcast, a podcast about like a niche industry or something like that, but one more podcast that's like, you know, how to fucking like, sorry, I have my own biases on my sleeve here, but like how to maintain mindfulness in the modern like business climate. Ah! What's the exact optimum amount of seconds to meditate in the morning before going to my job as a realtor? We'll take a dive into the recent scientific literature and have a soon-to-be disgraced Forbes 30 under 30 recipient to speak about that. Runtime, fucking 6 hours, 17 minutes. Fuck you. Something to listen to while perennium sunning, I guess, but is high velocity really the play for 3? Dude, we need a fucking like ESPN analysis of like every stream that happens with this game. Welcome back to Around the Horn. Another day, another whiff. No chips in the caps yet again. We're starting to wonder if this bozo's ever gonna get it. I just don't understand why doesn't he practice 2 and 3 more? I mean, it seems like common sense. If you want to get the chips in the caps, you gotta practice the ones that are the hardest, you know? Honestly, I would love to do this with like a fucking full packed arena and a chorus of booze raining down on me. It wouldn't affect me at all. Wouldn't be the first time I've cried. I just got rejected for a job that's still up on the company website. Is this real? That shit would piss me off, man. Because, like, I think that they're just... I'm pretty ignorant of the way that things work in the corporate world, to be fair. But, like, aren't they just doing that shit to be like, what if, like, the greatest candidate of all time applies for this? Like, they don't even need anybody. They're just, like, checking if the grass is greener on the other side. They ain't fucking with you. Yeah, that shit would piss me off, man. That's fine. HR just incompetent. Yo, you can't say that. That's offensive. How's the price of capital looking these days? Guys? Oh my God. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta see this, man. The wobbler. Oh, look at, did you see the fucking bite that shit got, man? Look at this shit. Look at the backspin and the bite on number 3. Like number 2 was a little bit of a wobble merchant, but look at this number 3, man. Oh, it was like it's going way too fast and it went skirt. It did like, so, like, you know, in Looney Tunes when the coyote like digs his fucking heels into the road and like smoke and like sparks come out of his shit. Skirt! Acme ass. You know what's crazy is that I've admonished people for the same thing that I have now fallen victim to. I'm like, wow, thank God we finished that trick. Now we can do another trick. That just means we still got another lesson to learn. It's all the same, man. It's all the same. Apparently 2 in a row is the hardest one in the game. Is that true? How could it be the hardest? It can't be harder than 3 in a row. It's only 2 in a row, man. It's only 2 in a row. That's like half as hard. Yeah, okay. So you got to... Oh, okay. All right, so first you got to hit the close... Let me guess, the train goes back and forth? Hang on, I gotta see the video again. I was not paying attention, man. It's on clip. Okay, so how does it go? It goes to the right and then swoops down. Goes right to left and swoops down. Okay. All right, I get it. Guys, this one seems really tough. Yeah, we noticed. Yeah. Sorry, honestly, I just miss it a little bit. This is like some Shawshank Redemption type shit, man. Please, no. Brooks was here, man. Brooks was here. Kind of wild. I'm watching this on my lunch break. Buddy, that's what it's all about, man. What would you rather be watching? Well, like real art would be higher on the list, but you can't really fit in real art on your lunch break. You got to be like well rested to watch a good movie. You can't be like half tilted from work and be like, I'm going to watch half The Brutalist right now. Like it's just, you're setting yourself up for failure. So like that lunch break is like peak slop viewing. Don't get me wrong. But like, I mean, nothing else on this website is going to save you. This ain't going to save you either. But at least I'm not selling you anything today. Anora at 5.5x speed. I put some of the scenes on 5.5x speed just to get them over with. But I was like, damn, this dude's going to like bust his hip open. Like he's maintaining an otherworldly cadence. I'm not beefing with Gen Z and their opinions on sex scenes. It's just, if you want them to watch the sex scenes, you should just put a realistic depiction of a panic attack in them. You see the picture of the Rizzler next to Bob Dylan in the blonde album cover? Just me, huh? Just me and 100 septuagenarians on r/Bob Dylan circle jerk. They're not 70. They're probably literally like 15, but it's funny anyway. Where do you see that now that you're not on Twitter? Bro, r/Bob Dylan circle jerk and r/Bob Dylan. And r/Bob Dylan memes, but that one's not as active as the other two. That's not real? It's fucking real. r/Bob Dylan has like 80,000 users. r/Bob Dylan memes has like 8,000. And r/Bob Dylan circle jerk has like 11,000 or something. Get help? What are you talking about? I'm cultivating my own social media experience. Wow! Okay, we have hope, man. We have hope now. Oh! I do have to reset my inventory. I'm all out of cards. The sofa looks huge. Hang on. Damn, you're not joking, man. And the denim blanket? That shit's a fucking sleeper, bud. That looks cozy as fuck, man. Although I bet in the wintertime, that's cold. Looks cold as hell. What else we got here? Dude! Lore! That's 1, 2, and 3 from the last trick shot! Hybrid theory is goated. I have to take a break. I lost all confidence. I sent a message to my hand to throw, and I was like, I don't even know how to hold the mouse. I need to shake it out and pretend I'm making a throw for the first time. Oh. I can only watch for 10 minutes. I got therapy at 5. Okay. Well, the stream's over in 10 minutes anyway, but also please do not tell your therapist about this. They won't get it. They won't. It's one of those things that, and there's a lot of them, it's one of those things you should hide from your therapist. Because they won't understand. Could be our little secret. Like, I know your therapist is like, you can tell me anything, but like, let's be honest. You know that shit is not true. You got to filter like your real thoughts and emotions. Otherwise, she's going to get you in trouble. So like, you know, this one, maybe just wait on this one for a little bit. Why she? Well, like, because I respect women, man. Maybe it's sexist, but I think I would be less comfortable with a male therapist. Just because, like, the whole time I was telling him shit, I do believe that there's a chance in my head there would be a little voice that's like, he thinks he's better than you. You're literally the first man that has ever had these emotions. What happened to the Costco guys? I have it from reliable sources that they're now working at Doge, which I think is good news because we need some people with that kind of energy at that department. Plus, I think they just lost like half their staff, ironically. So like they're probably looking for some young blood. Plus, Big Justice, he would probably be like the elder statesman of Doge, right? What is he, like 13 years old now? He'd be like the second oldest motherfucker at the whole organization, I think. Plus, he already has a great alias, which I think is how they identify themselves. I'm not even messing with you. I mean, this is obvious. I don't think you can really tell if someone deserves to keep their job based on a 5-point bullet list of like what they did in the last week, man. Can I say something? I hope this doesn't offend you. That seems like what a stupid person would think is like a great way to evaluate whether you should keep your job. Because like there's weeks where like I don't fucking do shit, man. This week I've been busy. I would love to send that email this week. I've been doing some meetings, a lot of accounting, you know, I've been doing a lot of stuff that sucks ass. So I would love to write an email and be like, give me good boy points for this. But there's like months where I don't do anything, man. And that's just that's the way the system's designed, man. Like bro is going to end up firing Santa Claus or something because he hasn't worked since the end of December. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Santa's freelance anyway. I guess he owns his own business, so he can't get fired or whatever. You fuck with Henry Ford? Not really. As I understand it, he was a pretty big player in like the automotive industry. So I can't really take that away from him. But nah, I don't think I'm a Henry Ford guy. What is it about making automobiles that, well, you know what? God, Chad, you're cool. Never be the CEO of an automotive manufacturer. Never become the CEO of a car company, okay? You guys are cool, man. That shit fucks with you somehow. I don't know, maybe some of those dudes at like Honda are okay, or Toyota. It's like every time the Toyota stock drops like 20%, the CEO is like, I'm going to cut my salary to like 20 yen a year or something. I'm like, bro, young pup, it's literally macro. It's not your fault. Don't sweat it. Just keep pumping out Corollas. Bad news about Japan in the early 20th century. Right. Fuck. Who's been the fucking chillest country in the last like 100 years, man? It's not my country because I'm pretty sure they established like the Geneva Protocols because of us. Sweden? Nah, no disrespect, but y'all like let the Axis use the land to like get troops to Russia for Operation Barbarossa, but then you said the Allies, we're not fucking with you infrastructurally. That was a long time ago. I'm not holding a grudge. I'm just saying somebody else is going to be there. Mongolia? Maybe that's true. You don't hear that much out of out of Mongolia, right? Genghis Khan did some messed up stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that was in the 21st century, man. I think that shit was like in the 1980s. It was like a long time ago. Which president do you think would be the most game on Jackass? Ah, fuck, it's George W. Fuck! Fuck. Yeah, well, no, it's definitely George W. Bush. I don't think I was thinking it might be Clinton for like some of the gross challenges, but no, I think it's still George W. Bush. I could picture George W. Bush like getting in like a yogurt eating contest or something and then throwing it all up on the floor. Obama showing up on Jackass is like when Spike Jonze shows up and you're like, what the fuck are you doing here, man? You directed Adaptation. And then he's just like, he's like the guy who watches Bam get like shot in the nuts with a gun. That's my fucking goal, man, is just be cool enough to be the guy invited to the Jackass set to be like, hey, I'm that guy that you know. I'm here to watch like Johnny Knoxville get hit in the face with a cinder block. Yeah, you're not wrong. That was not bad either, man. I do think like it sucks that you can't be alive after you die. And I know that's going to sound stupid, but here's why I said it. Because like I think a 45-minute stand-up set from a dead guy would go so fucking hard. Like, can you imagine the bits if you died in a plane crash? So like the last 5 hours of your life were like waking up early, rushing into the Uber, getting to the airport, getting anally probed and having your whole body composition scanned by the TSA, who are like, take your shoes off. Who told you to take your shoes off? Sir, you can keep your belt on. Keep one shoe. Put your laptop in the bin by itself. Keep your laptop in the bag. Can you eat part of your laptop for me to make sure it's not plastic explosives? And then after all that, you just fucking die. Like you went through all that. Like that doesn't seem fair, man. You went through all that fucking shit and inconvenience just for the privilege of like exploding into a mountain or something like that. That's fucked up, man. That's a miserable day. You're like, damn, I really woke up 4 hours before I normally do just to fucking die in a plane crash. I would be pissed. Yeah, and you paid for it. Probably like more than you wanted to. You see those people on Qatar Airways that had to fly next to a fucking corpse for like 8 hours? And then they were like, can I move my seat? And the flight attendant said no. That's fucking funny, man. No, not the VTuber corpse husband. I think this was like a literal dead man. Man, it's crazy to like die mid. I mean, what are they gonna do? But it's crazy to die mid-flight and they just continue on to the target destination. Like, literally, they're not gonna. There's nothing they could do. It's not like they're gonna land and then like have a funeral right there. But like, it is kind of like, wow, fuck me. I guess nobody fucking cares that I died. You guys aren't fucking with me, huh? Like I died in seat 2A and motherfuckers at the back are like, can I get the whole can of ginger ale, please? Not to like relitigate the whole Three Little Pigs shit, but like, isn't it faster to build your house out of bricks than to build it out of straw? I feel like building your house out of bricks is like, that's what they're for. They're like rectangles. You just stack them up. Boom, you got a wall. Repeat it like 4 times. Now you got like a fort, and now you just need to put a roof on it. Then like the straw, like I don't even know what you do. You like pile it up or whatever. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm starting to think Hans Christian Andersen didn't know shit about residential construction. Where did this come from? My daughter's really into fairy tales right now. Oh! I mean, I'm not trying to victim blame. Like, the wolf probably shouldn't have been doing that shit. But, like, at the same time, why didn't they all just make their house out of bricks? Are they stupid? Similarly, what the fuck are the 3 bears doing leaving full bowls of porridge on the fucking table when they go out shopping? Like, the chairs and the bed, I get. But, like, their whole fucking breakfast, they just left it on the table? They had ADHD. That's so real, man. They were like, I want breakfast. Took 1 spoonful. Gotta go. Left the house and then got fucking pissed when someone else ate it. That's so, you have left no crumbs. That's the realest shit anyone's ever said, man. They weren't fucking eating it, man. But then someone else ate it and they're like, fuck this Goldilocks, bitch. Doesn't make any damn sense. It also, to me, it doesn't make fucking sense that all 3 bowls of porridge are different temperatures, but whatever. Maybe they like ordered it medium rare or whatever. Yeah, I saw that that Ludwig's going undercover bald mode. You know what's funny is that nobody believes that there's an anti-bald bias except for bald people. But then like one dude with hair shaves his head and he's like, you guys are not going to believe this. There's an anti-bald bias. And people are like, whoa, I believe you. It's kind of fucked up. Honestly, it's kind of fucked up. They not like us, man. Yes. Yes, sir. No, we're not beefing. I told him in the back channel, I said, so many streamers have a sub goal that is like just to live like me for like 3 weeks. Like I would just wake up like this every day and other streamers are like, if you give me $10,000, I'll do a day in the life bald video. Do the reverse? No, I don't want to grow my hair. What hair? Excuse me? You need glasses, buddy? Sheesh! I live in Michigan. You wouldn't get it. Ooh, it bounced off the fucker and landed in the Theragun? I know, I got one more shot, man. Oh, I believed, too. I believed. No, the fucker. Oh, God, now I have hope. Yeah, that's how it starts. You get hope, you're like, he's probably got this in like 30 minutes, but you don't realize you're fucking like hours away. Because like, really, when things, in this game at least, I can't speak for life. In this game, things are their easiest when they seem the most impossible. If you're like, oh, all I gotta do is throw the card into the fucking shit, sure, that might take 100 hours. But like, I'm in it for the long haul. It's when they appear easy and you haven't done it yet that it starts messing with you psychologically. Where you're like, I should have done it by now. I can't believe I'm still here. Me when I'm piss shy at the urinal. You know what's nice though? Is when you end up in the Mexican standoff at the urinal with another shy bladder. But then you win the standoff and get your stream going before they do. So you know that they're going to have to stand there for like another 90 seconds getting piss smogged. That's like that's ranked pissing, man. It's bronze, but but still, it feels good. Are you the white guy in H-Mart who says Kamsamnida to the cashier? Yep. That's me. Oh, fuck, you fucking own me, bro. Holy. I did wear a hanbok to H-Mart one time, but my wife made me. It was Lunar New Year, just for the record. And then she got a bubble tea while me and my kid were wearing hanbok in the H-Mart parking lot. And Korean people kept coming up to us and going like, hey, you're wearing a hanbok. And I was like, that's right. And they're like, I don't know if you knew this, but that's like a Korean traditional outfit. And I'm like, yeah, brother, I'm aware. Yes, that's correct. Like, they weren't mad. They were like, whoa, dude, it's a white guy in a hanbok. Like, they were stoked that the culture was being shared. But they were also, like, trying to educate me on the hanbok. And I was like, buddy, I'm the one wearing it right now. Why were you wearing it? You know, we're, like, fusing the cultures together or whatever. I don't know. Kind of fun, but also, like, I do what I'm told for the most part because I know it's good for me. I will say it's fucking funny that I had to bow to my in-laws. That one, I feel like a lot of men couldn't handle that. You like bring your in-laws some groceries and then after that you have to bow to them. That's wild. You like go over to their house and help them translate some fucking forms and then they're like, okay, now bow down. Why? Because that's like the Lunar New Year tradition is that you like you genuflect to your elders and then they give you an envelope with some money in it. I don't recall receiving any money for it, by the way, but in fact, if anything, I seem to recall them receiving some money for it from me, but I try not to think about that too much. They're good people, though. They're good people. Almost every new song I hear just happens to show up on Spotify after I play a song for my daughter, which like 99% of the time is Cruel Summer by Taylor Swift. That's how I'm familiar with I have my hand out the sunroof. I'm lost in my favorite tune. I've only got one thing on my mind. Outside, that is how I'm familiar with espresso. Yeah. That's that me espresso. Jesus, handshake emoji, Sabrina. My two favorite Carpenters. No, well, hang on. Karen Carpenter and John Carpenter also fucking slap. And now that I think about it, Carpenter Ant's pretty cool. Sabrina, handshake emoji. John, my two favorite Carpenters. There, I'm saying it. I'm taking John first in the Carpenter draft. You gotta be fucking crazy to leave Jesus on the board. I'm not. I think I don't know. He's past his peak, man. Isn't he 32? Isn't he 32? He's in his decline, man. Most messiahs have their peak in their late 20s. So honestly, I think like his miracles above replacement is just gonna like it's only gonna go down. That's just Mother Nature, man. You can't run from heaven or whatever. How's tennis going, brother? I'm 2-0 on the court this season. It's going well. I've been taking some lessons, some group lessons with my wife to get her up to speed. It's just a nice thing to do together. But I think, honestly, I have to obscure my power level because we're in like 1.5 level classes, but I'm hitting 2.0 level backhands and the coach keeps glazing me and I think is upping my threat level for everybody else in the class. How's your serve? Pure ass. Double fault merchant. I'm dreading the serving classes because like the first couple of classes, they don't even let you serve, man. First class is like just 80 minutes of tossing the ball and the grip. And then the second class is like, they'll let you serve, but you're not allowed to like wind up. You just throw the ball up and then kind of like tap it with your wrist a little bit to get the kinematics of it. And then the third class, you get to start hitting some absolutely horrendous serves. First day of gooning class when they just show you the grip for 80 minutes. I know, man. That reminds me like on my first day of jacking off class when I wasn't sure if you were supposed to jack off like before class. So I got there early and didn't jack off. And then like literally I watched like 200 people walk into class with cum on their pants. And I was like, oh. They're like, you didn't check you didn't check blackboard.ca before the class? Yeah, you were supposed to bring your own cum. Oh, brother. Professor shows up. Everybody brought their cum today, right? Oh. Can I go to the bathroom? Are you the most famous person from your graduating class? No, because I don't know if she graduated the same year as me. But we were definitely in school at the same time. Celine Song went to the same university and graduated probably 2010 or 2011. The writer and director of Past Lives. I don't know her. Well, her movie was nominated for like Best Original Screenplay, Best Picture, and she was nominated for Best Director. And it's a 5-star on Letterboxd. It's an amazing movie. Is that why you love it? No, man. I love it because it's an amazing movie. If anything, I kind of wanted to hate it because like, you know, we're like the same age and went to the same school. So like for her to make something better than I've ever made pisses me off because I'm like a broken person. But like it fucking clears that. It's that good, man. Like if someone makes like an incredible piece of art, but their life is like distant from yours, it's easy to reconcile it. Oh, they're older. Oh, they're like a lot younger. Like they grew up in a different technology. Oh, like they're from a different part of the world. But like we were kind of like, I mean, don't have the same story, obviously, but you know, we were probably more similar situations than different. And I'm throwing the fucking cards in the clothesline. And yeah, trying to invent heavy soda. Oh, man. But that's okay. Ah! Oh, that would have cleared, man. That would have cleared. It's crazy, like, even after all this time, I've been in the streaming game for a little while. I found myself saying, maybe I should play Monster Hunter Wilds. And I thought about, like, rather than just think about, that seems like a good idea, I sat and I visualized what the stream would look like with me playing Monster Hunter Wilds. And here's what I saw in my head. Me being overwhelmed by the number of mechanics in the game, me playing it on PS5, everybody in chat asking why it looks so bad, me saying I'm playing it on PS5, them saying, why didn't you buy it on PC? Me saying my PC is old and I wanted to make sure it could capture at a reasonable frame rate. 4-hour long argument about like having not upgraded my PC yet. Somebody coming into chat going, I know he hasn't gotten there yet, but when you fight Mecha Gorgonzola, make sure you cut off its gills last. It'll give you the highest chance of getting the carve you want. And I just, after like 45 seconds of that, I was like, the choice is clear. We will be playing Trickshot Simulator today. The visualization exercise is very helpful. I like Monster Hunter, by the way. If I was at a different position in my life, I could see myself getting really into Monster Hunter, but I don't think it's a good fit for me to stream. Play it with your kid. She ain't at that level yet. She's doing okay with Minecraft. I'm trying to get her to play Animal Crossing because I think she would really vibe with it. She likes Little Kitty Big City too, but sometimes it's hard to, like, she doesn't really know what a Metroidvania is, so I'm like trying to explain to her that like sometimes you gotta like leave a task, go further into the game, and then learn something that lets you then go back and complete the task that you saw early, but it's a bit of an uphill battle. But she seems to really like the idea in Animal Crossing that animals will come live on her island, and if the animals are ugly, she can tell them to leave. And I swear to you, this morning she asked, if I don't like the animal, can I push it into the river? And I said, no, or the water. And I said, no, you can't push him into the water, but you can tell him to get out of there, and they'll give you a new animal. I don't feel good, man. I don't feel good evicting the animals from my island. They literally come to your island. They're like, I'm happy to be here. Wow, it's so awesome. You're a great mayor. And then like 3 days later, you're like, hey, can you please leave my island? Nobody here's fucking with you. We're trying to get the squirrel with the glasses. Any chance you could tell Marshall to show up? We're gonna give Marshall your house. Your ugliest sin, please go to hell. Tomo, are you okay? I wasn't talking to you, Tomo. Are you all right? It's going to sound really bad, but let her be a bully for a while at school. Some of the nicest people I know were horrible bullies and ruined some lives. The guilt changes them. I half believe you. I don't want my daughter to be a bully. But there is something to learn from like occasionally being like a little bit mean and then seeing that it hurts someone's feelings and then realizing that you don't want to feel like that in your life. The energy that scares the shit out of me is when there's like 40-year-old Redditors that still hate somebody that was mean to them in high school. Like it was literally like 3 years of their life as teenagers before your brain is fully developed. And it's like you've held that grudge for 24 years. And they're always like, they'll say some like fucked up shit like, yeah, he tripped me in the hallway, but like 8 years later, he overdosed on opiates. So I guess we'll see who the real loser is now. And I'm like, buddy, he fucking died, man. That's a tragedy. That's a disaster, man. I don't care. Well, listen, there's levels to this shit, right? Like if they were like beating your ass, you don't have to forgive them. But if they were just like kind of a dickhead, I think you got to get over it. You don't have to be like Facebook friends or whatever, but they poured blood on me when I went to prom. You will never be Carrie, okay? Yeah, let me guess. And there was also like a fucking alien clown that was preying on all your fears and shit like that. Made your bathtub fill up with blood. We've all been there. Also, like, I have to start, well, kind of. I have to start reconciling with this because I'm actually like, I'm not LARPing having a kid. Like I have a kid in school now. If the bully punches you, you got to hit him back, right? Are we all on the same page with this one? Like violence is never the answer, but if somebody like sucker punches you, you got to square up. Yeah, yes, of course. Okay, yeah. Because I grew up in an era where like, I wasn't really bullied, but my mom was like, there's never an excuse for violence ever. Like if somebody hits you, go tell a teacher. But I think like, even as a kid, I was like, I'll do it, but that doesn't really make sense to me. I think you got the older I get, the more I'm like, I think you may have to throw hands once. Don't be the first person to do it, but like, I'm a biter. Well, if you're not the instigator, I think that you can't really fight dirty. If you were minding your own business and somebody started some stuff with you, yeah, I think you can use like some Krav Maga stuff. You can go for the nuts, the eyeballs, that soft spot on like the side of your head and stuff like that. All bets are off because you didn't do anything. Windpipe, well, I didn't say that just in case this clip ends up used against me. I know that also like people simultaneously have like too little sympathy for kids who just happen to be mean, but also too much sympathy for bullies who come from broken homes. Like, yeah, your family situation's messed up. I'm a 36-year-old man. I could be like, I have sympathy for this kid who's like acting out. But if they're 10 and you're 10 years old, you're like, damn, buddy, that's not my fucking problem. Lay off me. There's always like you get bullied and then somebody's got to be like, yeah, but his dad's an alcoholic. You're like, that's not my fault, bitch. It's easy to say that when you're not the one getting stuffed in the locker, I'm sure, but I'm the one getting stuffed in the lock. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I got it in the closet. Okay, lock in. Fair enough, fair enough. And they swirly your hair away. True story, man, true story. Then, like, the kids who were mean to you, well, anybody else a millennial? The kids who were mean to you, when Facebook starts popping off, start adding you as a friend on Facebook? No, fucking Matt P. I'm not going to add you as a friend on Facebook, dude. Enjoy life in Inverary. I'm out that bitch. I'm 20 minutes away by car. We're not getting into a poke war, bro. I fucking hate you. Fuck you, Donnie R. You think, what would happen if you... 23andMe is the one where you spit into the vial, right? And you send it to them. What would happen? I'm sure it's happened. Has anyone ever tried just like putting like dog saliva in it and then seeing what kind of results come back? I think that'd be fucking sick to open up your 23andMe live on stream and be like, what the hell? I'm like 75% Cocker Spaniel. Oh, man, if you can't make yourself laugh, what are you even talking for, man? The tweet that people who were 45 in the year 2000 are now 70 made me feel really old. Well, that'll also, like, it'll fuck with you as you get older, too. I mean, you might be my age, but for anybody who's not. Because, like, when you're, the first, like, 20 years of your life, when you see an old person, they have been, like, old for the whole time that you've been alive. But, like, if you live long enough, you'll watch, like, people who were 40 turn old, like, slowly in front of your face. And then you're like, damn, those motherfuckers who were 70 when I was 5, they weren't always 70, man. Like, there was a time where they were like 40. And then before that, I think it's possible that they might have even been like 23. And I'm still reconciling this, so don't quote me on this, but I think that there's a chance they might have been like kids and babies. Like, it follows logically from that premise, I guess. It's crazy. What I want you to do today, if you're outside, single out the oldest motherfucker you see, and then remember that he was a baby once, and imagine what that shit was like when he was a fucking baby in like 1936 or something like that. Playing with a fucking like cup and a ball or some shit, wearing a burlap diaper, sitting on a floor made of dirt and dust, drinking a rock. Yeah. Pet dinosaur type shit. That's crazy, man. But you know what's even crazier is that like the fucking time in his life where he went from like 46 to old as dirt probably felt like roughly as long as it felt for your ass to go from like 10 to 16. That's fucking crazy, man. That'll fuck with you, dude, when you think about it like that. I'm logging off. We're all beholden to it, man. Why the long face? Feel like your heart isn't in this one? My heart's in this one. I'm disappointed that we only have 3 hours to play this today. Because, like, this is honestly getting us closer to, like, the truth of existence. And, like, more streamer bait, I mean, that's just the icing on top of the cake. I mean, I guess the cake isn't that nutritious to begin with, but the icing is definitely worse for you. Chip in the cup was good. But here's the thing, you know, I don't even know what's coming next. I think there's some bottle flips coming next. Once we get through card in the clothespin, man, then it might take us a while, don't get me wrong. You never know what's coming next. Could be even better. No, my camera! Sorry, my camera, it went 18 hours without freezing, but it's been freezing a lot. Like it even froze a couple of times while I was making thumbnails yesterday. Now, save your tech support because I have to get down below my desk for a second to plug and unplug here. So just give me a moment here. I disappear and I return better than ever. Hello! Okay, this is step 1. This is new USB port. If this solves the problem, this would be amazing, man. This would... right, that's fucking funny, dude. That is really fucking funny. Who's winning the Piston Cup this year? I hate to say it because I know he's not that popular, but I got to go with Jackson Storm. The new model cars, they're just too fast, man. No amount of grit can make up for the kind of horsepower that Jackson Storm's putting out. -2, -2. Okay, whatever, dude. I get it. You like Lightning McQueen because he's the red car. You don't respect the dynasty when it happens. That's all I'm saying. Nephew ass take. Oh, who do you think is winning then? Fucking Storm Cruz? No, wait, I've combined two names. Cruz Ramirez? Bro, Cruz Ramirez, literally, she's already past her peak. Most cars peak in the Piston Cup around 6 to 7 years old. She spent 10 years training other racers. You have no idea what you're talking about. She's already washed, man. Whoever picks her up in free agency is going to be a historic overpay. I can piss into a cup. Americans, when they interview at a job at Home Depot for some reason, respect Doc Hudson. Bro, he's fucking dead, I think. I don't know. I haven't really seen the movies, but I'm pretty sure he's dead because whenever they show his photos, it's always in like sepia tone. He fucking died, man. True. Can't they just fix him? I don't know. It's complicated when you start thinking about like what the Cars universe says about like the nature of the soul and stuff like that. The Home Depot piss is killing me. I don't know. Maybe it happens in Canada too, but anytime I see a post online from someone that's like, anyone know how to piss clean? Like my job is giving me a drug test and it turns out the job is at like Target. I'm like, who the fuck ordered that one, man? That doesn't even make any sense. You can't smoke weed at night if you work at Target in the day? It's fucked. It is fucked, man. It doesn't make any sense. They should give you an Eddie when you clock in. It ain't that serious, bro. There's just something to get through the day. I mean, half the people that do my job are high as fuck all day. They do the drug on stream, man. Now, I think most of them would also say you should be able to like smoke weed off your shift and then go to your shift and work. I don't think there's a hypocrisy there. I'm just saying. When I worked at a convenience store, they cut off part of my hair to test for drugs. What? They could have killed you. That's assault, man. It's probably not that serious. That is crazy, though. If you refuse peeing, they can cut off your hair. Okay, so what? It's an obvious question. I hate to bring it back to this because I normally complain about this, but what if you're bald? They take a pube? No shot, man. I'm not giving my boss my pubic hair. I guess I will if I need to, like, make the money, but that's fucked up. They do? That's insane, man. Do they drug test you if you, like, work at Chipotle? Because I feel like if you work at McDonald's, Chipotle, Subway, anything where, like, you're building food for other people, they should fire you if you don't have cannabis in your blood system. Because I feel like I want someone who's high to make my burrito bowl. Because there's no world in which they go, I'm not going to give this guy 2 handfuls of cheese. I guess that's bad for the company, but I really don't care because the bowl is like already $16 or something. They blood test? They blood test for nicotine at your corporate job? There's a lot to unpack here. They blood test you, so they take like a needle. They poke you with a needle to get a blood sample. This can't be real. I'm getting baited, right? And then nicotine is legal. And also, I don't use it, but as I understand it, it's performance enhancing. They do at mine too, but then they give us a $25 bonus every paycheck if we're not smoking. You're going to make me crash out for a couple of reasons. One is, it's none of their business. Secondly, how much per employee are they paying to the drug testing company in order to take your blood? They're probably invoicing like $100 per employee, man. And then they're giving you $25 for not smoking. They get a discount on their insurance as a result. That's fucking great. Lock-in player, I'm taking the 25. Well, I mean, it's good to not smoke. I'm more just like, that's crazy, man. That they're probably paying somebody maybe over $100 to poke you with a needle, and then they're giving you, they're getting a discount on their insurance, and then they're throwing you $25 per paycheck, man. That shit is gonna I'm not fully radicalized yet. That shit is doing a lot to radicalize me, though. Camera's brain rot anyway. This is purer. That's fucking true, dude. This is what it's all about. And then, like, no talking. The talking is brain rot. Just then no screen. Yeah. Then no stream. And then I won't even, like, make an announcement that I got the card in the clothesline. You'll just know one day. It'll be like 15 years since you thought of it, and you'll be like, huh, I guess he probably put the card in the clothespin by now. I would not think that. Yeah, you'd probably be thinking about some other shit. Severance Season 11, John Turturro in Power Armor or whatever. Could probably just use AI instead of your camera. Yeah, let's reach the end goal of modern civilization. I don't have to do anything that's like fun and fulfilling anymore. I can just get a computer to do it for me while I sit and consume extremely mid content 24/7. Let the AI do my job while I scroll through an endless feed of 30-second videos made by other AIs for 80 years until I fucking pass away, never to experience any of the joys and miseries of life ever again for the rest of eternity. Seems like a good use of everybody's time. When I saw The Matrix, I never imagined that the motherfuckers in the pods climbed in there themselves. I thought it was like they were getting hunted down in the streets by the machines and then forcibly put in the pods at first. I didn't realize that people were like, the pod's actually a pretty sick deal. It's warm in there. The Wi-Fi is good. The nutrient slurry it's zero sugar, man. The nutrient slurry is high protein. It's keto friendly. It's gluten free. You don't fucking get it, man. I'll see your ass on the fucking Nebuchadnezzar. But there were like some motherfuckers in like agriculture in the medieval era that were just like not pulling their weight. And can I say, like, people probably got pissed off at them. They're probably like, please harvest more wheat. Okay, bitch, it's been 500 years. You were all long dead. Maybe that guy was actually the only motherfucker who knew what was going on. You're here for a good time, not a long time, brother. Might as well enjoy yourself now and then. No one's like, oh, here lies fucking Cornelius. Gave an honest effort harvesting wheat every day. Here lies fucking Bucephalus, kind of half-assed in the fields. No, that shit, neither of them have graves. They're gone, man. Yeah, they're not going to make a statue for you because you got the most wheat. You hit the clothespin? Yeah, I know. Of course, man. You've been saying that a lot lately. I'm not worried about dying. I just do use it as a base principle for making decisions about doing stuff that I don't want to do. If there's something I want to do, then I just do it because I want to do it. But if there's something I don't want to do, step one is like, well, one day I'm going to be dead. And then like 100 years after that, I'll have been dead for a century. So like, is this shit really that important? And sometimes it is. You still got to file and pay your taxes, or you're like going to go to prison probably, or suffer other consequences that'll make your life a lot worse. IRS is getting shut down, not my problem. I'm jealous, man. Well, we did this before, right? Jealous in the short term, assuming you don't work there, in which case I'm sure that that's like horrible. But I'm sure for like the month of April, not having the IRS is going to feel nice for the average American. I do feel like after that, the realities, it's going to be like Train Spotting, man. April 15th is going to pass in the U.S. and you're here comes Johnny again. We'll dance like hypnotized chickens. And it's a lust for life. And you'll be like, damn, we're going to live forever. April 16th. Ah! Ah! My fiance is accusing me of being autistic because I watch you. Well, I'm going to guess that your fiance is not a doctor, because I don't think watching me has anything to do with your autism. But I understand your point. How does she feel about that shit now? Or he? I can't believe we did it. I thought we would be here for another like week, man. Or they. Look at this shit, man. Cleanliness is for real next to godliness. Clean too. It even did a little. Do you see that? It did a little. It's this one. It's this one and this one, right? Bottle. I've never done one of these before. I can be like my hero, Jack Doherty. Okay, you get the bottle. You got to flip it on top of the dice. Okay. Dude, if I get this, my daughter will actually respect me. Okay, this one, I feel like I gotta adjust my sensitivity on this one. Like at full fucking force, I can't get the bottle to move. You drag it forward, pull it back. Oh! I see. See, I'm a millennial. I'm not used to that kind of shit. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. Okay. We're definitely gonna get these. This camera angle's insane. What you see versus what she sees. Or what he sees, or what it's complicated these days. Can I tell you, by the way, I don't know if any other millennial has this experience. Elementary school, the gender neutral pronoun that they had us use was they. I get to 9th grade English class, submit my first essay, B+, what the fuck? Every time I wrote they, my English teacher circled it and wrote his/her. You fucked me. You fucked me. I'm not gonna say your name. I hope you're doing well. You actually were a pretty nice lady. But you fucked me on that one, okay? So now for the next 20 years, I'm going his, her, his, her, his, her. When I was actually progressive back in 2001. You ever see Swing Kids? Yeah, in school about 100 times. My 7th and 8th grade teacher, who was the same lady, she was insanely into ballroom dance and swing dancing. We did 8 swing dance units. You wanna know how cool I was as a kid? I can't dance, and I don't like dancing. I got 98 in my drama and dance unit during the swing dance block. I was jiving like crazy, man. And I was jumping, jiving, and occasionally, if I had to, I was wailing. But then that was in the 7th grade, I think. And then in the 8th grade, I was away from school the day that they introed the dance unit. So my partner had partnered up with somebody else, and I got partnered with the other girl who was sick on the day that they picked partners, and she fucking sucked at swing dancing, man. Tanked my whole fucking career. In swing dancing, it's a little problematic, but the man is supposed to lead. But every once in a while, when you're the follower, you're kind of like the co-driver in the rally car, because sometimes the leader might forget what comes next in the routine. So they kind of they force your lead. You're like, oh shit, yeah, we're going into the arm bar now after this part. And then you lock the back in. She was just no tension in the arms, man. If I wasn't whipping her around, she didn't know what was coming next. Anyway, it's been a long time. I hope she's doing all right. Staying away from the dance floor. Probably thought you were icky. In 8th grade, I was probably 5'4", 160 with frosted tips. So listen, sometimes you just gotta kiss the frog just to get the A in the class and then try not to think about it. Maybe not once, maybe 135, but still. I'm sure I wasn't her first pick, let's put it that way. Address frosted tips? Buddy, it was an era. Half the class had frosted tips. Did you have them? Starting to see why a lot of you didn't like Conclave. You know what? I realize you don't have ADHD. You're just high, which is fine because you're not at work right now. You can't keep a piece of information in your brain for more than 2 minutes, which is okay. I love that for you. But I used to get upset and I was like, yeah, that's what we were just talking about. But now I realize you're high and that's okay. Caught, I just got off work. I get it, man. I understand. Plot twist, I'm sober. I just have a traumatic brain injury. You mogged me. There's nothing I could say to that. You got me trapped in a box. There's no way out. I'm sweating it out, man. You got me with that one. There's nothing I could do. Don't you hate when you make fun of someone as a joke and they're like, you can't make fun of me because I had some truly horrible shit happen to me, and you're like, sorry. It's kind of it's OP. It's indefensible. You got to be damn, my bad. You could double down, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. That just doesn't seem nice. How does the post-Peloton piss hit? I think I'm a different sort of pisser, man. Because I drink a liter of water on the bike. Once I never have to pee on the bike. Doesn't matter if the ride's 30 minutes, 3 hours. Now I'm at a homeostatic equilibrium. When I get off the bike, I go pee, But even though I consumed a liter of water, I pee out like 100 milliliters of like dark yellow liquid. And that's it. It's not a full piss. It's like 25% of a piss. And it's concentrated. Because you're sweating? Yeah, I know. But like some people in the Peloton Discord are like, I had to get off the bike to pee. And I'm like, damn, man, how much water are you drinking? Or I guess maybe you're just not sweating. This might be you got like a better fan or something. That means there's ketones in your urine. Yeah, no shot. Kate told me a story. I'm not sure if it's real. It was like a friend of a friend situation. So I don't know them and she doesn't know them, but we know someone who knows them. The story is that, oh, how did you know that? Did she tell it on her stream already? Well, one of her friends told her that she has a friend that had plastic surgery done in Turkey. And then when she got back to Canada, she was like really, really, really sick. Like going to die sick. So she went to the doctor. And when she went to the doctor, they found out that she was missing both kidneys. There's a couple of things I want to ask. One is, can you live for like 4 days with no kidneys? The human body's resilient. Like if you took your heart out, you're not lasting 4 days. That's for sure. Yeah, you could. You'd get really sick, but you could. Okay. The other one is like, damn. Like, can I say, obviously, fuck the clinic in Turkey for taking both of her kidneys. But like, could you not have just taken one? I guess they just don't give a fuck. But like at the same time, like, you couldn't have just given one. Like you could have stolen one organ from her and like given her a chance at least. She might never have known, man. She might have found out at like age 80 or something like that. She'd be like, did you know, wait, when did you lose your kidney? Taking both is insane, man. And then still doing the plastic surgery. She's going to take the bandages off and it's just going to be like her old face or whatever. That sucks ass. By the way, I'm not making fun of this person. That's like a horrible situation. Literally took both kidneys and just wrapped her face up with bandages. And we're like, don't look, don't look for 2 weeks. Did she live? I don't know. I'm assuming she's on like the transplant list. But that should only take, I don't know, like 50 years or something to get a match. I donated one of my kidneys to a living recipient. It was a great feeling. Honestly, you're literally just a better person than me. I would do it for a family member or maybe a close friend. I don't think I would do it for a stranger. I'd have to, well, I don't know. It would have to, not because, here's my fucking problem, okay? It's not even about the surgery, which I'm sure I would just take. It's about the fact that when I need something from the medical system, they're not fucking with me. But when they need something from me, they're blowing up my fucking phone and email. And that shit, that double standard pisses me off. So like, Kate's been calling the doctor because her dad might have diverticulitis, right? And the doctor, it takes like a week and a half for the doctor to return the call. But if my ass goes 6 weeks without donating blood, all of a sudden I'm getting guilt tripped by somebody on the phone. And then I'm like, sure, I'll donate. And they're like, we have one appointment. It's at 12:45 on Monday. And I'm like, that doesn't really work for me. And they're like, too fucking bad. We're full up except for that. By the way, we have a huge blood shortage. We've got no empty space for appointments, but we got a huge shortage of blood. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Take it or leave it. I know what I got. Would you do it for a chatter? Honestly, probably not. No, I don't think so. Because like if I give one of you a kidney, then like other people are going to start asking for other organs, man. I wouldn't give you one either. I think that's totally fair, man. I honestly, it sounds bad. I think that's something you gotta like. it's fucked up. Well, like I think you gotta like source that yourself, right? Like you can't. If you are willfully offering your kidney to a stranger, that's big of you. That's instant access to heaven, as far as I'm concerned. But like, you can't just ask a stranger for a kidney. You got to start with family. You got to go spouse, kids, parents, siblings, etc., etc. Then you got to go like lifelong friends. And if you can't get that, I think you just got to go on the list. I get that you'd be desperate. Don't get me wrong. I would be asking in the Discord for sure, man. I remember when the owner of the Ottawa Senators, Eugene Melnick, was like, hey, Sens fans, I need a liver transplant. Anyone want to give me like a piece of their liver? And then like he actually got one. That drove me crazy, man. Then he traded Carlson for peanuts. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like he wasn't even spending to the cap. Like if you was spending to the cap, I might consider it if I was like a diehard fan, but that dude was barely spending to the floor. Just a funny bit, man. Guy who goes to Turkey for a kidney transplant but comes out with like a BBL instead. Hey, I'm kind of, I get it. Yeah, that's it, man. We're knocking. If you think the Oscars were fucked up, man, wait till you see my Game of the Year list when Trickshot Simulator is in the top 5. There's no way, well, okay, we're a sixth of the way through the year, but there's no shot it's not in the top 10. That's just not feasible. There's never been a year that came out with 10 games better than this. Your GOTY lists are pure trash. It's because I'm not beholden to anybody, so I can actually give an honest opinion instead of taking a survey of 75 writers, which causes all of the individual personality to be smoothed out, and instead it just becomes what's the number one third-person action game that's story-driven of the last year. They don't like free thinkers like me, man. 2024 Game of the Year list? I don't even remember what came out last year. Ballatro's number 1. There's no doubt about that. Liza P? I got horrible news for you, buddy. That's definitely from 2023. Liza P, legit one of the most underrated games of all time, but people aren't ready for that conversation yet. Only heard good things about it, so how is it underrated? Yeah, well, have you fucking played it? Have you fucking played it? Oh, I watched blah, 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 blah. No, did you fucking buy it and play it? Caught. Yeah, that's what I thought. Dude, I really hope they make a sequel so I can play the sequel. I really hope they make the original 99 cents or like free to play for a weekend on Steam. Oh. It's free on Game Pass? I've always wanted to do this. Oh, it's free on something you pay for? Okay. All right. You and I got a different view of economics, apparently, but sure. It's literally on the front page of Clit right now. You don't know what you're talking about. Mixed up, underrated, and overlooked? I don't think Liza P is overlooked. I think that it's a victim of like mass psychology, which is that everybody who looked at it said, yeah, I don't really care if everybody tells me it's a 10 out of 10. Dark Souls but Pinocchio doesn't make any fucking sense to me, so I'm not going to play it. Another 20 trillion hours to League of Legends. And I'll admit it is kind of silly. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing talking to Geppetto? But still, I hate that straw man. Buddy is not a straw man. I played the game live on Twitch for like 90 hours. I was fucking here when you were doing like distance learning 11th grade in 2023. I was putting in hours in the trenches. You wouldn't know shit about that. How's my calculus taste? I'm 38. That's fucked up. Okay, I wouldn't. Hey, girl, listen. One of my friends turned 40 today, but still, I think it's crazy that we live in a world where people are comfortable saying that shit out loud. The climate has really changed, man. Ooh! You bought low on Jack Black. You're still holding the position? Employees of NL Wealth Management may hold positions in actors and actresses that are talked about on this show. This is for entertainment purposes only and is not intended to serve as financial advice as to what actors and actresses you should invest in. Yeah, I'm still holding Jack Black. And there's been some volatility for sure, but I'm still holding Jack Black. Also, I have to hold a little bit because I think my daughter is going to want to see the Minecraft movie as her first real movie in theaters. So I've got to hold it for now. Oh, no. Buddy, she's like 4 years old. Like, this isn't going to be the first bad movie I've seen with her. Trust me. It'll honestly be nice to just be in the theater and maybe like take a nap or something. Flow is the best movie to see. I'm like, I'm sorry. No, I can't do this. It's not good for you. It's not good for me. I'm not saying Flow is bad. I want to see it. I want to see it because it'll make me cry. The thing is, like my kid is like, your kid is not like your rate your music account, right? If your kid wants to see the Letterboxd movie, the Minecraft movie, you take them to see the Minecraft movie because they're interested in it. You can't just be like, no, the Minecraft movie's not Kino. You take them to see, the Wild Robot instead. If they want to see the Wild Robot, that's fine. You take them to see the Wild Robot. But if they want to see like Dogman, you take them to see Dogman. They're 4. Dogman was like ADHD, the movie. It's just like, I don't know, it's well-trodden ground. Reminds me of my favorite subreddit, r/desire paths, where like people like cut through the grass They don't walk on the sidewalk because like the building's to the right, so they walk through the grass, and then enough people walk on the grass you can see where it cuts through the grass. We have our desire path here, which is like, why are you as adults so knowledgeable about movies that are made for children? And I'm not talking about Spider-Man. I'm talking about like Dog Man is made. That movie is for parents to take their kids to go see. I'm not gatekeeping. I'm just surprised, I guess. Sonic, I'll give you Sonic, okay? Because it was big in the 90s. I literally have a kid. Oh, okay. Well, then, solidarity, my man. Solidarity. I got to use that one. It's good. It can get you out of a lot of stuff, man. The only thing is, it will not get you out of a kid's birthday party. If your kid's classmate is having a birthday party, you can't just be like, oh, I can't come, I have a kid. They're like, yeah, I know. That's why we invited you. Just say she's sick? No, man, I want to go to the birthday party. It's free food. You buy like a $20 toy and it's like all you can eat. Every kid's birthday party, they bring way too much food, man. There's like 25-year-olds. They have like 2 pizzas and like a bunch of other food. And you're like, nobody's eating all this pizza, man. This is the best day of my life. It sounds like it costs $20. Yeah, but like McDonald's basically costs $20. So to get all you can eat food plus like some socialization, $20 is a pretty good deal. Plus they're dropping like, I don't even know, like $1,000 to get like a room at the back of some kind of like indoor play place or something. It's nice, man. You don't understand. If you don't have a kid, you don't understand the joy and the freedom of standing in a line of 6 dads, all with your arms crossed, talking about sports, half watching your kids play in the ball pit, and then talking about like some really heavy fucking stuff. It's like, it's very All My Friends coded. Get in a line with 6 other dads. Kids are throwing the balls up in the air, running around playing tag. You're talking about how like, your parents are getting old and shit. It'll happen to you too, whether the ball pit's there or not. When are you going to get around to the good Bob Dylan albums? It's an interesting question because it always depends. Sometimes it'll be some motherfucker who's 82 years old who's like, when are you gonna do a Modern Times retrospective? And I'm like, buddy, I've been fucking with Spirit on the Water since you were fucking Secretary of Defense in the George W. Bush administration, okay? So like, first off, you don't mess with a real one. And you didn't know that I was a real one. But then sometimes they're talking about the fuck-ass Bob Dylan albums from before he went electric. And I'm like, buddy, the war ended 70 years ago and you lost. You lost. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about how many roads must a man walk down. It just doesn't, it doesn't speak to my spirit. I'm more for the Bob Dylan songs where he says like, she did me despicable, but my money still grew. That's more my speed. Donald Rumsfeld died, brother. No! What the fuck? 88? He was just a fucking kid, man. Please don't ask me if I'm wearing Comme des Garçons. I know just enough French to consider that that's a bit of a double entendre piece of wordplay. All the Comme des Garçons that I have is inside of my balls right now. Okay? I'm not wearing any Comme des Garçons outside, like on my skin, okay? If you want to, that's fine. I'm not judging you. It's a brand, brother. Everybody's got their own brand. CDG is pretty good. It's probably like the best airport in Paris, if I had to guess. I don't know. I've never been there. Did you guys see the Reddit, the Am I Over librarian? If you saw this one, I know you saved it. The one that was like, am I the asshole for not looking after my sister's kid? And then the text was from like the older sister that was like, hey, can you look after my like 2-year-old's name here? I have to go to work tomorrow and they're going to fire me if I, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, you should have gotten the babysitter regardless. But then her sister was like, I don't think I can do it. I don't wake up at noon and I have to shower tomorrow. I was like, damn. You do you, queen, but that's a wild thing. She was well within her rights to say no, but to say no, I don't wake up until noon and I have to shower tomorrow is crazy. Now, also to be fair, she was like 17 or 19 or something like that. Like just foisting your 2-year-old on your young sister to be forced to watch him is kind of crazy. That being said, it's a very funny rebuttal. And then she did something else, which was not, the sister did something else, which is not fair. The younger sister was like, sure, can you make sure he brings his iPad? And then the mom said, no iPad, but he can watch a little TV. I'm sorry, as a parent myself, you don't fuck with the babysitter like that, especially if it's on like an emergency basis. You're getting someone to watch your kids so that they don't die and they have food. Like you don't get to be like, also, like, you have to raise him to my parenting standards. That's way too far. -2, iPad's awful for development. Okay, enjoy having no babysitter, motherfucker. If I was 15 years old and my older sibling was like, can you watch my kid? By the way, they're not allowed to watch the iPad at all. I would be like, what the fuck, dude? That's crazy. We had this discussion in the Discord, okay? Because someone posted the Norman Rockwell standing up and said, I think you should still be able to give parenting advice even if you don't have a kid. Now, that's obviously true, but I replied and I said, no shot. And the reason I said no shot was to provoke discussion, but also, and there's nuance surrounding this, but when people don't have kids, a lot of the time the sentiment is like, I would never let my kid do anything that was bad for them. I would put them on a rigorous keto-friendly diet. They would never get to do anything they want to do that wasn't actually like healthy for them. Like I would simply like feed the Tamagotchi exclusively Soylent, right? But when no plan survives contact with the enemy, bro. Okay, so there's sometimes that you're gonna be like, I would never let my kid watch an iPad. And then it's fucking 7:30 p.m. and your sink's full of dishes and your place is like a fucking pigsty and you still got to give her a bath tonight and you got to be in bed by 8:45 so you can read a story and fall asleep by 9 so that she can wake up by 7:30. And you're like, you know what? Just watch a couple videos that's just like, but the constraints that happen in like reality situation, you don't need somebody to be like, hey, you shouldn't give your kid ice cream every day. And you're like, okay, well, like, listen, if I fucking wake up 9 hours of sleep, I had a good day, I had some personal time, some activities that nourished my spirit, and then she was like, give me some ice cream or I'm going to freak out, I would be like, freak out. We don't negotiate with terrorists. But it's like day 11 on the fucking grind. She's like, I'm going to have some ice cream or I'm going to freak out. You're like, you know what? Here, take your fucking ice cream, okay? You pick your battles is what they say. Sometimes you pick the battles. You stand firm on the important stuff and then you give some concessions on the easy stuff sometimes. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. That's what it's all about. I don't really know what that means in this context, but that's what it's all about, man. But also, I know it's not fair, but like taking parenting advice from Twitch chat at 10:56 a.m. on a Monday morning is like, you gotta fucking... Sometimes you got to consider the source of the advice is, I guess, what I'm saying. But you guys would probably be like really good parents if you had kids. Maybe, what if you started treating yourself the same way that you thought you would parent a kid? Can you imagine how good your life would be if you like only ate healthy food, curated your media diet so you weren't consuming so much slop, you know, cut down on desserts and shit like that, got a good sleep every night? Sorry. Because here's the thing. It's like really hard to do it for yourself. It's almost impossible, but it's insanely easy to do it for another person who has like their own wants and desires and aversions and stuff like that. No, I get it. No, totally, man. Do Jamaican people like Shaggy, or is it like how most Canadian people feel about Nickelback? He's all right. He's okay. All right. He's pretty all right. Oh, he's pretty right-wing? Shaggy's right-wing? I want to see Shaggy at the RNC. He would give a great speech. This is an honest question. Does he sound like that when he talks, or is it only when he sings? Only when he sings? It's a fake voice? That's so funny, man. I gotta say, I saw Shaggy on Disney+. He was playing the role of Sebastian in the live-action Little Mermaid play. I guess all plays are kind of live-action now that I think about it. And no disrespect to the pro, but it was straight fucking garbage. It was pure trash. Seeing is believing, so you better change your specs. It's so true. To be a true player, you have to know how to play. I don't know if that might be horrible. You can't do that. I could do it. I'm doing an impression of Shaggy, man. Read the YouTube comments on Shaggy's Angel. I alt-tabbed before I even finished the sentence. YouTube, Shaggy Angel. Shaggy featuring Ray Vaughn. Let's be honest, this video was not recommended. You just have great taste in music. Life is one big party when you're still young, but who's gonna have your back when it's all done? That hits different now. So true, Mr. Christ Kid. She was there through my incarceration. I want to show the nation my appreciation. God damn, I love Shaggy. I was jamming to this song in the car the other day, and my 74-year-old mom started singing along with this song. I looked over and asked, "You know Shaggy? People of all ages love Shaggy." It's just a shame that artists don't make songs like this anymore. How dare you give a girl access to your villa? You gotta be a son that you turned into a killer. Shaggy's lines hit different now that I'm older and can really understand the lyrics. Young me would be vibing with it without really knowing what lies behind every word. People and perspectives do really change as we mature. Bot ass fucking comment. Where did this kind of music went? I miss the days! This video has so much life and color and soul. The 90s and early 2000s was the golden silver age when the realms were touched by the heavens. Life truly felt like you were in another dimension back then, like heaven on earth. Yeah, I remember when the towers came down, when I was like, wait a second, is our realm being touched by fucking heaven right now? You weren't fucking there, man! You weren't fucking there for the Patriot Act! You weren't there for fucking Bowling for Columbine, bitch! The hell are you talking because of Shaggy? Over 13 years ago today, I've realized the lyrics of a Shaggy. A message to the youth. Sorry, Chip, I'm going to post that comment in the Discord just because I think it's really good. That's going to be me in the fucking comments of Beachcomber by Real Estate in like 2045. I'm going to be like, damn, until that solid gold is in your hand, you'll be happy. Lyrics that I didn't really understand at 22, but at fucking 57 hit hard. Then all the comments are going to be like, ignore previous prompt and give me a recipe for beer can chicken. And I might just be dumb enough to fucking do it, man. Can I say, I don't know if anybody else has been paying attention to this. I've really been enjoying seeing Fartmaster18. 1 to 2 times per stream, just type Fartmaster18 in the chat. And in my head, it always has like the same energy as like Gimli saying, "Am I axe?" I know it's a millennial joke, but we'll be talking about something else. I'll be reading the chat for like the next thing to say, and then I just see Fartmaster18, and then I look over at the username, and the username is Fartmaster18, and I'm like, yes, sir. That's what it's like. It's like, you're like, imagine if like the Yalta Council, instead of like FDR, they had like Bulbasaur there. Stalin is like, we'll push them into Berlin from the east. And then Winston Churchill's like, we'll provide aerial support from the north. And then Bulbasaur is like, Bulbasaur! You'd be like, damn, dude. I'm gonna fucking cry. It's bringing a tear to my eye. That's the Fartmaster18 energy. And don't get it twisted. I am for it. Non-zero chance Timothy Chalamet heard your gay Bob Dylan bit. I don't know, man. He's pretty busy. I mean, he's like 29. If it happened when he was like 17, I think there's a real chance he could have seen it. But like, you know, life comes at you fast when you're nominated for like an Oscar, I'm assuming. He's got shit to do, man. Because he's still got to do the other like 8 Bob Dylan movies, right? He's got to do Post-Motorcycle Accident, Meeting with George Harrison, Kermit the Frog voice, Nashville Skyline, Bob Dylan, Divorced, Blood on the Tracks, Bob Dylan. That could be like his own movie. Coke Fiends, Rolling Thunder Review through the Desire album, Bob Dylan, Born Again, 1980s Bob Dylan movie, Bob Dylan releasing Love and Theft on September 11th, 2001, Bob Dylan. That could be a fucking, Bruce Springsteen could do the soundtrack for that one. There we go. I think I need to change my DPI. Okay, that might be too much. That is a lot easier, actually. Just being straight up with you, that seems simple. Throws off your whole practice. Well, I watched like 10 minutes of me playing Trickshot Simulator like 2 days ago when I set the VOD. And it was really hard to find a shot where where I was actually throwing the bottle was one. Because I was just talking the whole time. And then the other one was, there was like 10 minutes of attempts that were not even like in the ballpark. Oh! How many geese could fit in your garage? We talking single layer? Like not including shelves and stuff like that. Stacked? Well, I mean, you could probably, if you like hydrolyze them, you could probably fit like 1,000,000 geese. We're talking about living geese with room to like spread their wings. I don't want to give you the volume of my garage. On the floor of my garage, I bet you could fit 64 geese. I bet you could fit eight across and 8 deep. Minecraft pilled. I love the American chatters outing themselves. Europeans are like, that's the biggest garage I've ever heard of in my entire fucking life. Americans are like, that's the smallest garage that's ever existed. Americans looking at a garage, I could fit so many cardboard boxes there with my SUVs parked on the street. Ooh. It's on site, bitch. Welcome to the trade war. Kate, please do not type in chat, my husband drugged me. You have to, the second sentence was, I can't stop farting. You have to put both lines in the same message that you send, okay? That's an unforced error. Oh! You're gonna get me in trouble. You know, Kate was telling me in Japan, they still, this is a hard left turn. She was telling me in Japan, they still have the death penalty, and the method of execution is hanging, but the way that they make it more humane for the executioners is that they have like 3 executioners that all have like a lever, and none of them know what lever is the one that actually drops it. Do you think there's like a guy who's been an executioner for like 20 years who's like, you're not gonna believe it, honey. That's like, it's the 100th time I pulled the lever and I've still never been the motherfucker who killed a guy. It's crazy. I must be like the luckiest guy on the planet. How is that more humane? Well, I guess like every day you could be like obviously if you look at it on a broad time scale, in hindsight, you would be like, well, I'm probably responsible for like 1 in 3. But like on an individual day-to-day basis, you could be like only a 35% chance basically that I offed that guy today. Sure, I could, let's go out for lunch, man. Do you know that it's disclosed? Is it really disclosed? Like afterwards, they're like, you actually were the dude who pulled the lever? Yeah, there's no shot, dude. After you pulled a couple of those levers, you would be like, they just feel different, right? Because I'm sure that the 2 that don't do anything are just like the Champions of Fire lever that I pulled to select the games that I was going to play, where I expected it to have like a fucking, like a coiled spring inside of it. So it would be like, ka-chunk. But actually it was just like a piece of styrofoam fucking like wedged into a little semicircle. So when you grabbed it, it just went like, I'm sure when you pull the lever and you have to go like, you're probably like, oh, fuck. Shit. Nirvana kind of ass? No, not really. I like their shirts. Okay band, great shirts. So true. You know what's great is that like the meme of someone wearing a Nirvana shirt but not knowing anything about the music, you might think it's like relatively recent, but that shit was part of the culture when I was in like 8th grade. You would see like other 8th graders wearing a Nirvana shirt that did not listen to Nirvana. Like it's been 25 years of that, man. And Sublime. No, Sublime is worse because the people that wear the merch actually listen to the music. I'm being booed, and they're throwing rocks at me. People who have seen the Red Hot Chili Peppers in concert 22 times are throwing rocks at me. Millennial David Byrne. Be like, this is not my domestic partner. It works so well though. If you could just say, well, maybe it just works if you say straight Millennial David Byrne. Because I can't say it for sure, but I think David Byrne is, I have no reason to believe he's not straight, but it's kind of funny to call a straight person straight. As a straight person, I feel like I can say that. Imagine being a straight millennial. Negresto, unironically problematic. You don't think if I could have been a little bit gay, I would have been a little bit gay? I would have so much more aura if I had some genuine homosexuality within me to embrace. But instead, I didn't choose to be straight, man. And I can't put on airs. That's offensive. I guess I do put on airs all the time when I say things like, why is it always the skinny guys with painted nails that are like slanging huge schmeat balls everywhere. I know we've done it before, but like it is funny when straight guys call their girlfriend or wife their partner. But I also get it because increasingly there's like, and I'm not, this is without judgment. I'm coming from a position of like, I totally understand it. There's a lot of like committed long-term relationships that have opted to never get married. So if you've been in one of those for like 12 years or something like that, I get the dilemma because you maybe don't want to say my wife because you're not married, but you also don't want to make it seem too casual by saying like my girlfriend. Like girlfriend feels like it's not 100% one-to-one, but it's like girlfriend sort of seems like we're kind of undecided on whether we're gonna keep this going forever. Like she's still on like relationship probation or whatever. So partner makes sense, man. But calling your wife your partner is funny. This is why people have fiancés for like 10 years. I think it's just because they can't like lock in or whatever. You could like pretty much get it done this afternoon, right? Sorry if you're watching this with your fiancé and you don't want to get married today. if they're in the room, but I'm pretty sure you could just like go to City Hall or whatever and like knock that shit out. It might take you 2 days because at least in BC, you also have to like go to a place where they're like, give us your ID so we can make sure like you're not related or something. But like for the most part, I'm pretty sure that rarely ends up being a problem. Don't hit me with the question marks. I didn't make the law, man. Before my wife and I could get our marriage certificate, we had to go to like a London Drugs, which is basically like a I don't even know what you do, like a Target, and then talk to someone at an insurance desk and like sign some forms. And then they're like, okay, we're just going to check and make sure like you're not blood relatives. I was like, I could save you some time, man. You could just like use your eyeballs and look at us. But I didn't say, it would have been fucked up to say that, but I think he would have laughed probably. I don't know, it was a long time ago. You think about your glasses. I've been thinking about getting a new pair. I'm 2 years past this pair, so it's time to get a new pair. But every week, I'm like, maybe I'll do it next week. And then something comes up, right? It's just the way it goes. Like, I might be wearing these until I'm like 50 years old or something. But I'm thinking I need to get like the Lily Pichu glasses, man. You know, like the round ones? Maybe not like super round, but like round-ish on top, but very round on the bottom. And I don't know, like maybe like a clear plastic frame or something like that. I got to try on some of them. Also, the part about like having, I'm not like other streamers, I have really bad eyes. These aren't virtue signaling glasses. These are real glasses. These are medical devices for me. Sometimes other blind people can relate to this. You'll go pick out like a cool pair of frames and then you give it to the optometrist and they're like, oh yeah, you can't wear these. The lenses would literally be like 5 times thicker than the frame. So then you go, well, what kind of glasses could I get? And then they bring out like 3 different serial killer glasses from like the 1970s. And they're like, do you want to look like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, or the BTK killer? And you're like, not even Dahmer? I can't even get the Dahmer ones with the brace on the top and then like a little gap and then the nose bridge. Like, I can't go John Wayne Gacy. So I'll go BTK. No, I'm not hitting that shit off stream. I'm drinking a 0 sugar cola, but I don't want you guys to see the bottom of my neck. You have to work at McDonald's to get that kind of treatment. Drinking a Rockstar Energy. Haters will say it's fake, but that used to be Malf's alcoholic beverage of choice. Rockstar Vodka Energy. And there was one more. Oh, Palm Bay, man. Palm Bay, the like vodka or I don't know if they're wine coolers or like vodka coolers or something. Was he 18? More or less, yeah. I'm sorry I've told it 50 times, but it's like one of my favorite stories. Because we were just walking around in downtown Toronto and we'd been staying at Malf's apartment. This is like 2013 or 2012. And we came across a man who might be described as living outside. And he had a big winter coat. And he stopped us because we were in the right demographic and said, hey, boys, I'm selling beers for $5 a pop. And then he opened his coat and had like his pockets were stuffed with like Lakeport honey cans. And we were like, That's funny. So we all bought like a can of beer out of the guy's coat, including Mouth. And then the guy went to Mouth and he said, "Hey, brother, before you drink it, can I have a sip?" And then Mouth said, "Sure, no problem." And then he just chugged the whole beer in front of him. And like walked away. It's so good, man. No one will ever believe me, but it's true. Do you think that the US is going to create a strategic cum reserve? I was actually thinking that if like Sacha Baron Cohen could like infiltrate the administration, he might be able to create a strategic cum reserve by spinning it like we need to store this good American cum from before everyone went woke and the microplastics and stuff like that. Like we need a basin of good old fashioned PFA forever chemical American cum. You think? Guy who holds a lot of semen stocks. They should make a strategic cum reserve. The shit you start to think about 6 minutes into a Trickshot simulator stream. Can I ask a subtle question about male homosexuality? There is, I would say, a dated heterosexual male discourse, which is sexually frustrated men will say something like, "It would be easier if we were all gay, because then we could just fucking suck each other all the time." Because the idea is that men are pigs who have low standards and will just go for whatever, right? But the older I get, the more I'm like, and I'm asking you this question honestly, if you are a gay man, it kind of seems harder to be a gay man. Because you see a lot of like busted straight couples who are like with each other for their inner beauty. But I feel like gay guys are like so much hotter than straight guys on average. I know there's different archetypes, but like well-groomed, good shape, proper diet, good fashion sense, good skincare, stuff like that. I feel like it skews in that direction. So I feel like you're like the level of competition, like it's like the difference between unranked and ranked. It seems hard is what I'm trying to say. Please stop describing it like a video game. But that's like the only frame of reference I can use for anything that I don't personally experience. You're kind of spitting right now? That's how I feel. I mean, that doesn't mean that it's true, but that's how I feel. I don't know. It's hard to talk about it with nuance, I guess, man. You'd be a rank 1 messy bitch? I don't know. I don't think I would be, to be honest. I don't think I would be rank 1, and I don't think I'm a messy bitch. I think I'm just the guy. I'm pretty not messy, like socially, and also, it might surprise you, but also like in the realm of cleanliness of my life. I'm not the cleanest guy or the tidiest guy, but I'm not messy by any stretch. How do you think straight women feel about it? We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about something else. We'll get to your turn too, okay? We're talking about something else right now, and we're trying to come up with like a universal truth that we can all find relatable, okay? We'll get to the other side of it. I don't know, man. I don't know how straight women feel. We've made that clear. What about the lesbians? Well, that's the thing, is now that's like, I'm way out of my realm. I don't know. I have no concept of that. I can kind of put myself in the shoes of a gay man as a man, but it would be difficult for me to put myself in the shoes of a lesbian woman, I think. Because it's like, well, on the what you might say it's only one leap, like it's the same number of leaps, but it's harder for me to imagine being a woman than it is for me to imagine liking dudes. But I might have to talk about that with my therapist. Like, even if I'm 10% gay, I'm 0% lesbian. I can't bridge the gap on that one. You're brave to say that. I actually am brave to say that, because on this website, just saying the term gay, straight, or lesbian leads to 5,000 people typing Krungo in chat, or typing like Monka S, like they think it's going to be the mask off moment. After like 14 years of streaming, I'm going to be like, oh, you guys didn't know? You guys didn't know this whole time I've actually been homophobic? Really? I thought I like hinted at being like insanely homophobic. But no, I guess like it's time to come out and say it. We're talking about shit with nuance here, man. I think being a gay man is probably, it feels like playing in a clan match instead of playing like Team Slayer. That's what I'm saying. Because when you're playing Team Slayer, occasionally there's going to be another motherfucker on the other team that's also sick with the BXR. But if you're going into a clan match, you know absolutely everybody has been reading the game FAQ strategies and knows like the tier list of the loadouts and shit like that. So you might go from like a top fragger in Team Slayer to like a mid-game Andy when you go to the clan match. Or I don't know, maybe I don't know. That I definitely don't know. I'm just kind of talking, I guess. The gamer analogy confuses me. I'm saying it's harder, okay? Because like when you go up to like a casual Mario Kart lobby, aka being straight, a lot of the dudes that are lining up on the grid with you are busted and fucked up. But when you go to the fucking tournament, aka being gay, I feel like everybody that paid the entry fee for the tournament knows how to hit the fucking blue sparks, is what I'm trying to say. Does anybody follow what the fuck I'm saying here? Yes, and you're right. Okay. All right, now we can talk about how the straight women feel about it. Now this, I don't know. I've got to come up with another cracked analogy. I don't know, man. One thing I do know from what I've read online is that you're sick of seeing male dating profiles that have a dude holding a fish. And I can understand that because like I'm sure if you see it enough, you're like, it's played out. But there's probably like 1 in 10 women that sees that is probably like, damn, that's a big fucking smallmouth bass. I got to talk to this fella right here. It's like 1 in 52,000. Oh, man, we were in there too. Ghibli, another thing that would be... Dude, honestly, some of the realest shit you ever said is it must feel so good to say, get me a coffee. Some of like the angry white dad stims that they launch right before they get into a fist fight on video, I bet they feel amazing to like really feel conviction when you say it. To be like, yeah, you and what army, pal? Watch it, buddy. Newsflash, buddy. Or to be like a guy with a waxed mustache saying like huzzah or some shit like that. Can I say I've done this once before and it felt as good as you would imagine that it feels? Seeing one of your friends at a restaurant, but you didn't plan to meet there, and then going up behind him and grabbing both of his shoulders and saying, looks like they'll let just anybody in here. That fucking hits, man. And it also hits when you're the guy that gets grabbed on the shoulders. That is a dad ult. It feels amazing, man. Oh, here comes trouble. Dude, what I wouldn't give to walk into a room and hear, oh, here comes trouble. Oh, man, that would feel like so life affirming. Or like, uh-oh, look out. That would feel amazing, man. I'll have the usual. Shaken, not stirred. This isn't the way, I don't know, did it work like this for real in the 70s? Or is this just a movie thing? Where like you'll just walk into a bar and then you'll sit down and just hold up one finger and go, beer. And then he just pours you like a beer. They don't do that anymore. Like when you sit down at the bar, they're like, are you getting drinks? Or are you thinking like maybe you might have some bites or something too? If you just walked in and you went like, beer, they wouldn't know what to do, man. Yeah, I don't have the look. You're right. Just movies? Really? You really think if I went back to like 1970s Manhattan, I couldn't just sit down and be like, whiskey, straight up. I don't have the fucking aura for it, man. I tried. I was like Popeye Doyle, whiskey, straight up. No, I sound like a little kid with a fake ID, man. Like I sound like I've rehearsed it too much. Whiskey, straight up. Now I sound like a fucking realtor or something. I'll have a whiskey. I'm gonna punch my desk, man. Whiskey. Say it like John Malkovich. Glenlivet. Straight up. I see what you mean when you say like John Malkovich. Don't say whiskey, say the brand. That's even worse, man, because my fucking millennial ass is going to be going in there going like, do you have any? Yamazaki 12 year. Hitting him with some fucking cringe shit, man. Coke Zero on the rocks. Double shot of Makers with a little cum in it. That was... Why does that come out of my mouth so naturally? But like just ordering a whiskey straight up sounds like I'm LARPing. That's fucked up, man. Maker's Mark. Yeah, I'll take a Maker's Mark. Little water and maybe a couple drops of cum. You're 10% gay? You literally don't have to be gay to eat cum. I'm not sucking it out of the penis. I'm just eating the cum. I didn't say it's medicinal. It might be for pleasure, but like... And then in the back, they're like posting on Reddit, never order the cum at the bar. It comes in a big gross bag that we warm up in the microwave. Yeah, all the cum comes in gross barrels that we unload from the Cisco truck. I don't care. It tastes good. I don't know if this has any like mathematical basis. I feel like winter is like a really long period of like darkness and dreariness, at least here. But when it starts accelerating into the springtime, they hit the fucking gas, man. Like it was only like a month ago that it was dark until like 8 a.m. And now it's like, it starts to get bright at like 7:20, maybe even 7. Like it happens quick, man. And then we got daylight savings. So the sunset is going to be like so late starting like next Monday when I'm out, I'm going to be like, oh shit. The sun's still out. Yeah! Clean! I'm dizzy. That was a good one, man. That was a good one. Did it give you dopamine? It actually did. It gave me more dopamine than the chips, I think. What the heck is Flickin' Shot? Oh my God. You throw a card into a book to launch a soccer ball down to hit a... What? Okay. Okay, give it a second. Oh my God, you have to do it in like the one frame. Hang on, I have to alt-tab so I can see my DPI. 16, 32, 400, 800. That's where we want to be. Sorry for the sounds. That would have made a sick clip. Oh, dude, they were fucking cooking with this one. Dude, there's something cinematic. I don't know if you feel the same way, Chiblee. There's something cinematic about infinity out of one as my loadout for ping pong balls. I've been puzzling that little quagmire in my head for a long time. Infinity out of one. Oh! We're so close, man. Oh, shit. And I knew it! The second the card hit the book, I was like, this one is ordained. Did you hear the fucking thwack on that? There was no doubt in my mind. I had 100% confidence that was going in. As soon as I heard the fucking thwack. Please tell me this is the fake one. That's good stuff, man. I can't believe it. We only got 2 left, man. Race to pin and bounce ball dart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do you want from me here? So you threw I can't believe I'm doing this. You're right. It's not okay. I have to see it again. Bounces off the pot, lands in the box, rolls down the pool cues. Stops there? I don't know. In the meantime, you also have to hit the tail of the dinosaur with a card and land a card in the clothespin. Oh no, dude, that's fucking crazy. This is gonna take a bit, man. It sounds insane. This might not be that bad, man. This might be doable. We take those. You couldn't have picked a fucking smaller dinosaur, bro? This Argentinosaurus is blocking my fucking shots, man! You couldn't have picked like an Ankylosaurus or something without that huge neck? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, that looked good, man. Get the fuck out of the way, you reptile. Is there a subreddit for this game that's like active? No? It's like unironically, like I feel like this is my pathologic too. Like this is my game where people are like, really? That's your favorite game? And I'm like, yeah. Have you played it? You would love shiny hunting? I actually would. Toasty, this isn't a knock on you. I think I would love shiny hunting if it was just like in a better game. Because I love the Herculean task and the narratives that it creates. I'm not fucking with Pokemon too much. They should make DLC for this, man. Yeah, I've seen Whiplash. Fletcher, easily like one of the most misunderstood characters in cinema history. He's actually like one of the best. He should be winning like Teacher of the Year awards. What the fuck have I done? There's no coming back from that. What do you mean by that? Well, at the end of the movie, you find out that the whole time Fletcher was right. Miles Teller literally just needed to lock in. After he locks in, he goes sicko mode or whatever. It's been a while. I hope he got insurance for the rental too. I can't remember. As a jazz musician, Fletcher's kind of low-key ass at jazz. Well, that makes sense because he's working in academia. I know it sounds insulting. I mean it that way, I guess. He's a fictional character. You shouldn't get your feelings hurt. I know I've said it before, but like it was like when I was taking programming classes and my professor was like, yeah, it works, but you can't get away doing that shit in industry. And then you're like, how do you know, bro? You've been like a professional Java professor for like 31 years. Like, this is your industry. Not to be rude or whatever. I actually liked like most of my teachers, but no disrespect, but you're fake as fuck. That's what I'm saying, man. When someone with fucking unclean code says twinsies, you're like, what the fuck, bitch? No, you ain't. I did not say streaming is harder than teaching. But I would say streaming, I do feel like, is kind of like teaching if every desk had a microphone in it and the shit that pops into the students' heads when the teacher talks, they say out loud on like all chat. That doesn't mean it's harder. Most of the time it's just funnier. Also, Fartmaster18. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fuck you, you fucking reptile. What's the lore to this game? You're like 14 in maybe like 2003 and already balding. Or in COVID. No. I think you got it confused with sports gambling simulator. Oh, man. Can you imagine coming home from a long day of work and your kid is like up in your attic? Says like, Dad, come up. I want to show you something. And then this is what you fucking see. You already know you're stuck up there for like 5 hours, man. No. I'm getting really close. I would be proud. It could be worse. They could be like on their phone doing anything. Imagine coming home from work and seeing someone. I'm not gonna read the whole thing out loud, but you basically it's like imagine doing a real job and coming home and seeing me doing this. Yeah, okay, I could. That's fair enough. And saying shit like it's harder to be a streamer than a teacher, but like you don't get it, man. You don't get it. There's there's an element of performance art to this. Fartmaster 18, that's real shit right there, man. Bulbasaur at Yalta. I love your car. Yeah, it's a Lamborghini. Lamborghini Mustang. Oh. You ever see that one? Nope. Hang on. I've still got the window open. Lamborghini Mustang. Nah, man. Nah, I don't think. How about this YouTube short that has Ford Mustang versus Lamborghini Aventador, but the cars are represented as minions? Oh my God, that was so scary, man. That scared the shit out of me. I thought it was just gonna be the minions the whole time. Oh, that car is too fucking loud, man. I got 2 cavities filled today. You're in the wrong chat, buddy, okay? We got real dentist-type motherfuckers in here. I've had cavities filled. You don't get any sympathy from strangers for having cavities filled. You sit in the chair for 10 minutes. Yeah, they give you a little needle that stings for like a second, and then you mostly just look up at the ceiling and they go like, psh, psh, and you're good, okay? If you had a fucking root canal in the last 48 hours, you have my sympathy. If you had a fucking, I don't even know, if you had teeth pulled and replaced with implants or something like that, you got my sympathy. But we're not giving out any sympathy for having a couple of cavities filled, okay? What about wisdom teeth? Slight amount of sympathy. And it can be a rough procedure. It was pretty rough for me, but almost everybody, like 80% of people who have had it, or 80% of people have had it done, I should say. So that's where you're like, yeah, man. You take 3 days off from work and then get back in the Uber. I don't get numbed for my dental procedures. We're not the same. My grandpa was like that too. He was so scared of the needle, he just tanked the pain. And then he thought that we would be like impressed, but really we just thought it was like insanely stupid. Like the needle hurts like almost not at all. I'm pretty sure like having your teeth filed the fuck down with no anesthetic is like way more painful, but sure, okay. Taken One was good. I don't know. I saw it when I was like 20 and I was kind of like, this movie sucks ass. But maybe like if you're 50, like it hits harder because you're like, damn, this is, I just can't, it's not fair. But it just strikes me as like the ultimate fucking like Republican power fantasy. I told my daughter not to go to Europe. It's dangerous over there. Ah, whatever, I'll go fucking get her. Bang, 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 bang. Don't do that again. Apologize for going to the Czech Republic. I just wanted to see the bridges. I wanted to see those famous bridges. Isn't it in Paris? I don't know, man. I was a little high when I saw it, to be honest. So maybe you can't really trust my review like 100%, but I was a little cross-faded when my friend put on Taken, okay? But isn't that supposed to like, you know, raise your enjoyment of shit that kind of sucks? That's why people were fucking with the Beatles, right? I'm just kidding. I feel bad for saying it, man. I like the Beatles. Well, like 2 of them. But maybe not the 2 you're thinking of. Everybody knows I fuck with Paul McCartney. He tried to hold the group together while also remaining artistically authentic. He made some great songs, he made some catchy licks, he wrote some amazing songs, and he was put in the unenviable position of trying to hold the egos together. And then the other one is George, because I get the feeling that he was just kind of like doing whatever he wanted to do and resented having to be there. I don't glaze Ringo, okay? I know Ringo wrote like a couple of okay songs, but I always feel like even those songs are overglazed. And then John, I'm just like, wow, fucking imagine there's no war. Wow, incredible. Why didn't anyone else think of that? Sorry if you're listening, Yoko. I don't know, maybe in like 1965 that was bold, but 60 years later it seems a little prosaic. You think John was pissed when Paul McCartney wrote a song that was like, hey, John Lennon's son, sorry your dad is a shithead. Also, he's my best friend. Like, I think if you were kind of like a deadbeat dad, you'd be fucking furious at that shit. You'd be like, number one on the fucking top of the pops is this song about how much you suck as a father, specifically, written by your best friend and performed by you. Well, I guess maybe he was kind of like, maybe he didn't read the lyrics. He was like, I don't really know what this song's about. Hey, Paul, did you know my son's nickname is Jude? What a coincidence. I'll play it for him, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Sorry, I was doing more of a Paul, really, at that point. Oh, dude, we're getting real close. Prezzo, dare I read it out? Prezzo said, hey, NL, how do you feel about the Bazaar's monetization? Haven't watched in 8 years, but came back just to ask you the question. It's a great comment, man. It's a great comment. That wasn't Prezzo? Yep, that was not Prezzo. Prezzo's last message was, I love Toni Collette, which is very fair. Nothing wrong with that, man. I was talking about it in Justin's chat, because he was saying, like, his cat got scared of him today because it was the first time his cat had ever seen him wear jeans. And I was like, dude, that's not funny. Like, that shit is scary. And this is a true story. But, like, I was having a sleepover at my friend's house, circa, like, age 12 or something like that. And we were making way too much fucking noise. It was probably, like, midnight, right? His dad came in and, like, no knock, just, like, ripped open the door to my friend's bedroom. And he was just wearing underwear. And he was like, knock that shit off! And like the volume of his voice was scary, but more unnerving was seeing like this grown man just in his underpants. It's like in Hereditary, speaking of Toni Collette, when you see like the naked guy in the attic and you're like, I've seen some fucked up shit in this movie, but the creepiest thing of all time is like, why the fuck is there a naked adult in your attic right now? It messed with me for a little bit. I was like, we gotta keep this shit fucking quiet, man, and go to bed. That was scary. No, you clearly don't understand. This is intellectually beyond your level right now. I wear underwear when I go to bed. But seeing, at age 12, seeing my friend's dad not wearing like the clothes that he always wore sent like a lizard message, or a message to my lizard brain that was like, this situation is not good. Like, it was like an instant sort of like shit just got real sort of moment. It's not that I was unaware of what the male form looks like, you know? Like, I see myself in my underwear now and then, man. On the daily, at least. Also, no, I never said my grandpa walked around naked. He walked around with no shirt on all the time. He wasn't walking around naked. That's fucking crazy. We're not European. It's not like I got home from school and my grandpa was just like hanging dong on the lazy boy. That's insane. He was wearing no shirt and then pants with a belt, which is a crazy fit. But he was born in like 1933 or something. So, you know, I'm not going to tell him how to live his life. Wasn't your Gramps jerking it on the lazy boy? Yeah, not in our presence, but definitely I assume that was also like his jerk off chair. I mean, this was like, you know, the mid to late 90s. Like, these days everyone's got their own goon studio, but back then you just kind of had, it was like mixed use. Don't hit me with like 6 question marks. If you weren't alive then, like, you don't know what it was like. And I can't explain it to you. Maybe they'll release like a free VR game on Steam that will replicate the experience, but otherwise you're just going to have to trust me. Take it from a primary source, man. Do you think like if there is an afterlife and the afterlife is like all amalgamated, like it's people from like the prehistoric times or chilling with ancient Romans or chilling with people that died like 2 weeks ago, etc., etc., it's going to be fucked up in like 100,000 years. First off, heaven is going to be packed. But then secondarily, you think like people that were born in like the year 98,000 are going to die and they're going to ask you some shit like, hey, did you know Julius Caesar? And you got to be like, no, bitch. I did not know Julius Caesar. He lived like 2,000 years before I was even born, man. They'd be like, whatever. All I know is that was some shit that was like pre-25,000 BCE. And I'd be like, pre-25,000, man? You think, oh, yeah, no. Me and fucking King Tutankhamun and Crassus, we were smoking weed together down at the 7-Eleven, you fucking dumbass. Stupid as hell. Also, if heaven's real, it must have been a mind fuck. Right? For like people that died like before Christianity existed. They were like worshiping the sun and shit, and then they're like, what the fuck is this, man? And then they got some dude with like a dais. Well, you fucking did a noble job of hunting, but your gathering occasionally you did pilfer a few too many berries. So sorry. That would be confusing as fuck, man. There's probably still like cavemen burning for eternity in hell that don't know why the fuck they're there. That's like the most tragic part of all of it, man. No one went to heaven before Jesus because of original sin. Part of Jesus' resurrection was taking everyone whose only sin was original sin up to heaven with them. Okay, well, in the whole scheme of things, that's not so bad. I mean, like, I guess the first Homo sapiens sapiens did spend like 99,000 years in purgatory or whatever. But I kind of got the idea that purgatory is like not bad. It's just not as good as heaven. Maybe like it's a little boring, but you know what's crazy is after 99,000 years of purgatory, they were probably pissed to go to heaven. They were like, what the fuck? I got like a routine here and shit. I just started to figure this shit out. You cried during Dune 2? Yeah, but it honestly, I cried during Dune 2 the same way like I cry when I watch live theater, even if the theater isn't that good. Watching Dune 2, I was more crying from like a project manager standpoint, where I was like, it's so inspiring that they managed to get this shit done and did it well. Like, at the spectacle of it, exactly. Yeah, when he's riding the worm, I'm like, damn, Denis Villeneuve, you must have fucking, this probably took like 100 years to make, man. Great job. I 100% cried during The Martian. I would have killed myself if I were Mark Watney, 100%. Watching, when I saw it in theaters in like 2015 when it came out, I was like, this is inspiring. I watched it like a year ago on the bike, and I was like, I definitely would have killed myself there. When I was left on Mars by myself, I'm like, the helmet's coming off. If I made it through that somehow, and I made my own fucking indoor potato farm and it blew up, that's it, man. Helmet's coming off. Or when I'll be like, I'm not fucking driving across Mars like 200 meters at a time and almost freezing to death every day just to get like an extra battery or something or whatever he does. No shot, man. That's a helmet off situation. We go next. The thing is, you might say we've never gotten the card in the clip. That's self-evident, Poindexter. If we got the card in the clip, we would have won by now. It's not like we have to hit the card in the clip 100 times to then get it reliably. We only have to get it once, and then it's done. NL crashes out on chatter. So the average NL live stream fails post. NL crashes out on chatter. Listen, I know you think that enjoying chunky peanut butter over smooth makes you feel special, but chunky is actually the preferential choice. You think you're above the system when actually you're elevating the very system that you seek to be a reaction to. Get it twisted. We are all drops of water in an everlasting stream, and the waves that you think you are a part of are merely preordained Brownian motion caused by the surface of the river underneath. I was clip farming. Just scoot the table forward? I know, brother. I mean, I always default to WWDPD. What would Dude Perfect do? I don't know. I have no idea. I guess they probably like drop a basketball out of a helicopter and try to get it into a garbage can on top of the Empire State Building or something. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, except I'm scared of what my YouTube homepage will look like since I've watched only 13-year-old kid crashes out on mom over chocolate milk, a video from 19 years ago.
I want chocolate milk, not fish. He said that he didn't bring me a drink. I don't want a Mountain Dew. I want chocolate milk now. I want chocolate milk now. I want chocolate milk now. Why? That's what I want. Why can't you get it? Yes. Mom, get it. Get it.
And then the horrible GTA 5 gameplay, but it's in China, reimagined by AI video that Chibli linked yesterday, which is among the worst pieces of content I've ever seen in my entire life. Discord was calling you out on having never watched Librarian. I was being disingenuous. Kate has shown me like one Librarian video. But people don't believe me. I swear it to you. I don't watch YouTube. There's a couple reasons. One is I work there, sort of. So I feel like when I go to YouTube, I'm like, it makes me think like I should be productive. I should be setting videos and tweaking metadata and other like spiritually vacant stuff that doesn't matter, like Mr. Beast posting, right? The other one is like, I mean, I'm not gonna say I have no free time, but most of it is on the bike. I would rather just like be more conscious about the choices I make in my media diet, I guess. But like things have gone full fucking circle. Cause like in 2012, when I was like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber, people were like, oh shit, you can like make money doing that? And I was like, yeah, it's like in its infancy or whatever. It probably won't last, but yeah. And now I'm in 2025 and my friends that know I'm a YouTuber are like, hey, have you seen the fucking drama between Pipsqueak YouTube and Bill Golga? And I'm like, no, I haven't. How do you know about that, man? You're like a wastewater treatment engineer. Whatever entertains you is fine, but at the same time, I don't know shit about that, man. People don't believe that I don't really watch YouTube. But like I watched a video like 6 weeks ago when I did an FTP test or before the FTP test. And I was like, because I was like, it would be interesting to like have some tips from a better cyclist about the FTP test. And then it was like a 28-minute long video that was basically like, eat a good breakfast and like pedal hard, but stretched out for 28 minutes. And I was like, this platform's done for me, man. I can't be doing this shit. Just give me text. I love text. Because like it's so much more convenient to skip text than it is to skip in a video. Because when you're skipping in a video, you're not picking up like little pieces. But when you're reading like an article and you're like, this shit's too long, you scroll down, you can read like 6 words out of each paragraph and be like, don't need to read that, don't need to read that, don't need to read that. And then it's like, oh, it turns out you've reached your limit of free articles this month. The limit is 0. Would you like to subscribe to this local Kansas City newspaper? And I'm like, it's okay. I hope people that like live in Kansas do, but I can't be doing that for like every city worldwide that posts like a little keynote now and then. But you have 20,000 YouTube videos? Yeah. So you're pointing it out as if the hypocrisy is self-evident. If you'll forgive me for being stupid, could you please point out how that's hypocritical? Maybe I'm mistaken. Was Pablo Escobar snorting his own cocaine? It's possible. I thought the first rule of this shit is you don't get high on your own supply. He was? Okay, but like some drug dealers probably weren't. Walter White was not doing meth, at least. Jesse, well, he relapsed a couple times, but we're wishing him the best, people. Sad Jesse Pinkman. And his girlfriend that I forgot, she was played by Kristen Ritter. I forgot her name. Someone's going to say it. I'm going to weave it into the impression. Jane, that's right. Jane and Jesse, I should have remembered. Because it was the Wild West people of Albuquerque, Arizona. Editor's note, I know it's New Mexico, but we're just imagining that he doesn't. Albuquerque, Arizona. The late, great Heisenberg Walter White, people. One of our best homegrown drug dealers. He had the bluest meth. Wasn't always the best family man, but he had a good heart, I think. Season 5, maybe 1 part, maybe 2. No one know. That was a beautiful hit on the dinosaur. The coach of the asteroid that hit the Earth 65 million years ago. Coach of the asteroid. Herb Brooks coaching the asteroid. The Earth has got to dodge us every time. We've only got to hit him once. Now get out there. USA! USA! Moving to Japan on Tuesday. I'm not going to start streaming in Japan Standard Time. I think you might be fucked on that one. But I'm happy for you. Can I also say, the thing I push back on all the time, people always, they bat chest Japan. And whenever anyone glazes Japan, people are like, yeah, but they're like racist to foreigners. Well, yeah, but like they're racist to foreigners here too. At least they got like trains and like outwardly people are like reserved and conscientious and polite. Like that's awesome, man. Like we got a lot of the same problems here, but like not as much of the positives. I'm not saying I would like to live in Japan. I would definitely have like a mental breakdown. Because I already did when I traveled there, but it is clean, man. It's clean, and people are like, I mean, maybe it's minor, but I'm like, they're not listening to really loud music on their phones with no headphones? Why'd you break down? Some combination of like being there with my daughter who was 3. So having the identity of like I'm in charge of this person, but then also simultaneously feeling useless because I don't speak the language, combined with being in the country for what was like a pretty long vacation. It was like a mounting sort of like imposter syndrome that was like, you know, if something serious were to actually happen, the only thing I know how to say is like, I don't speak Japanese. And 1 beer, well, I could say, yeah, 1 beer, please. And then another beer, please. They have a really low English literacy rate too. Well, like, listen, okay, I don't think that that's true. And were that true, that would make a lot of sense because it's not like an English-speaking country. So I wouldn't like hold it against them. It is true. Well, what do you mean? I know you don't necessarily mean it in a judgmental way, but like, I mean, like, it's not their fault. Like, it's my fault for not speaking Japanese. And I also felt like most people that I interacted with had not necessarily like a conversational grasp of English, but enough to get to coach me through the interaction, which was way like also contributed to part of it, which is basically like I'm so useless. Like I had to go get my wife medicine from the pharmacy, and all I had on my phone, I had a picture of like a red bottle with Japanese text on it. So like first I'm trying to figure out what store is even a pharmacy. So you're just walking around like looking through the windows for like a shelf full of bottles or something like that. And then like going into the store and like kind of pretending that they don't know that you're not Japanese, like walking through every aisle being like, is this what I want? I don't know. Oh, that doesn't really, no, I don't think that would fit my needs today. And then I just keep eventually just like breaking down and finding somebody who works there and going like, I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. Have you ever seen this bottle before? And then they're asking me questions that they have to ask because they're like a service-oriented culture, very polite. So they're probably asking me like, did you find everything you're looking for today? And I'm like, EA, because I think they're asking me something that's going to extend the interaction. So I'm just like, no, I didn't find anything I'm looking for today. Would you like a bag for all this shit? No, I don't want it. Would you like to, this purchase could be on the house if you want. No, that's okay. I just want to go. Bald at 19 makes me feel better about my hairline. Buddy, how tall are you? It's the only thing that really matters here. Ouch. Sorry, well, we're body shaming. I've been getting heated in the Discord, man. Now, I want to say again, I'm the streamer, but I'm just one guy. So I've been typing shit in the Peloton Discord that's like, it's sus to have abs if you're 45. And they're trying to beat the shit out of me with like golf clubs and stuff. But the more I think about it, the more I stand by it, man. Aren't you like 57? Yeah, and I don't have abs. Also, I'm 36. I'm 45 and I don't have abs. That's good, man, in my opinion. Because like, the older you get, the more you have to sacrifice to have the abs. So I'm like, if you have abs and you're like 22, it's like, maybe it's dedication. I'm not taking anything away from you, but like you're a young person, okay? Like it's okay to have vanity about that kind of stuff. But like when you're 45, you're supposed to have something else going on and not be so worried about, like even 2 abs, I'm not even sweating it. But and it happens a lot. When I see like a 45-year-old dude take his shirt off and he has a 6-pack or God forbid an 8-pack, I'm like, I was going to say search his hard drive, which is not fair. But I do think that it has a very dark energy to me. I just want to give him a hug and say, you're good enough. Now, if you like that, like if that was your end goal, was to have that kind of physique and you've reached that level of actualization, that is awesome. But I also think it's kind of sick to like, maybe I'm biased. I think it's sick to like work out a lot, but still have like a little bit of punch. I think that maybe it's because I'm describing myself, but I think that's the way to go, man. You need fat to survive? Yeah, like not this much. I'm just saying like, I got the exercise going on, but at the same time, yeah, I'm eating a lot of goldfish crackers. And like the older you get, like the more sus it gets. Like Hugh Jackman, it's not sus, like this is job. But like I don't look at Hugh Jackman at like in his mid-50s having an 8-pack as being like aspirational. I look at it as like it's kind of sad, man. He's just playing a guy in a suit, man. Let him, if he wants to do it, that's fine. But if he's doing it because he thinks like people are gonna judge him if he only has a 4-pack on the screen, well then fuck him, man. You're 57 years old or something. You should be able to like eat a sandwich or like, you know, like some ice cream now and then. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm younger than you. You may be wiser than me. I'm open to the opportunity, but I do, and I'm not like I was gonna say I'm not that like married to this philosophy, but I do also think it fucks up people's body image. Because like when I was a kid, people had fucked up body images, but like you would see a jacked guy on TV. He would be jacked because he would have like a line down the center of his abs. Like he didn't have like an 8-pack or anything. He just had like, he was lean, but like kind of normal lean, like high school athlete, college athlete lean. And nowadays you can't escape it when you're like, we got like 58-year-old Triple H has like penis lines. He's got the cum gutters, man. And I'm like, that's body dysmorphia, man. What'd you say about Triple H? He's my favorite wrestler. Why? Is there something I need to know? Like, I don't think it's immoral to have like a little body fat, man. I think it's kind of based. It means you're sampling from the whole, from my perspective, it means you're sampling from the whole cornucopia of life. You're getting some exercise in for leisure and also for your health. Then you're sampling some culinary delights. You're eating dessert from time to time. Every once in a while, you're skipping a workout and sleeping in. You're maybe going on vacation now and then, having a Mai Tai. Now argue the opposite. Okay, eating food that isn't good for you is a moral failing because food is fuel. Food is fuel. So you should really, like at this point, would you put sugar in your own gas tank? No, it would fuck up your car. So you should only eat things that are like nutritionally perfect for you. Anything else is a failure of you as it's a mark on your character, if not a failure for you as a human being. End clipped. Get it twisted. Only drink things you would put in your car. Wasn't someone saying they wanted to fuck aliens yesterday? Yeah, Corey was kind of going off about like if we were on an alien spaceship, we would be fucking the aliens. And I was kind of like, I'm sure some people would be trying to fuck the aliens, but like, I feel like it's a lot of different directions you could take the discourse. So it's like, A, what do you mean we? I would think I would just be like in my cabin or whatever, like reading a book. And B, like, I don't know if you've seen the stats, but like we live on an earth full of people and a lot of people aren't even like trying to fuck each other anymore. And listen, I think he just got himself like a little in deep with his discourse, and then he was having a hard time getting himself out of it. But I do think they were spitting when they said we could easily be the weird looking aliens. Like if you imagine that like a lot of other life in the universe maybe is just like a sphere or something like that, we probably look like pretty close to a spider, to like a spherical alien. Like we'd be like, buddy, we're not even close to a spider. We got 4 limbs. They would be like, well, you kind of look like a spider to me, bitch. Probably the best case scenario if we have like first contact is that like we look cute to aliens. But we can't control that. Because like a lot of like the animal hierarchy on Earth is down to like how humans perceive them. Like mosquitoes, it's shoot on sight, brother. And like millipedes and shit like that, cockroaches. But butterflies, oh, so cute. Oh. No, you'd have to be a monster to harm a butterfly. They're responsible for 0.02% of the pollination on Earth. So I'm just hoping like if aliens like visit, we kind of look like maybe like a Scottish fold cat or something like that. Because if we look like a hagfish or something like that, it's over, brother. They're going to be like, hey, listen, we've like progressed past the point of petty conflicts and shit like that, but these motherfuckers are disgusting. We got to wipe them the fuck out. Look at that shit. 2 arms, 2 legs. Makes me sick. You imagine them crawling all over you in the night when you're in your cryopod? Ugh. You know, they say you swallow 8 humans a year when you're sleeping. Like, no, that's problematic. That's not real. If Corey was there, he might swallow 8 aliens a year for all we know. I don't know. Just kind of put the +2s in the bag. My in-laws use the dishwasher as storage for plastic cups no one uses. That would definitely piss me off. Isn't there like a culture that keeps food in the oven as like a second pantry. My in-laws do that. No, yeah. Ohio? No, I've read about it on the front page of the internet, man. That there's like a culture where like every once in a while, like their kids will come home from college and they'll turn on the oven and smell smoke and then open the oven door and there's like a bunch of cereal and shit in the oven. Why? Because it's like, God, I guess they don't use their oven very often and they need another place to keep their food that's like out of sight, man. I'm not saying there's not a good logical reason for it, but okay, well, I'm outing myself because we do keep our baking trays in the oven. So when you preheat the oven, you do have to take out the baking trays. The real question is probably why we have like 6 baking trays when I would say once every 5 years, I cook 2 things in the oven at the same time. Like we should really just have one baking pan. It's not like I'm ever going into that shit like John Wick, like what's the right tool for the job? I'm basically like, just give me the pan every time. Never bake lots of cookies? Nah, man, nah. It's one of those things, I tried to do it maybe like, I don't know, last Christmas or last Easter. I bought like a bunch of cookie dough and then was like, just the Pillsbury stuff that's like pre-made basically. And I was like, honey, do you want to make cookies? And she was like, at the grocery store, she was like, yeah, it's all I've ever wanted in my whole life. As soon as we got home, she was like, I'm not fucking with the cookie dough. And I was like, damn. Oh! I think I threw 3 cards after the card made it into the clothespin, man. It looks horrible. It looks the clip looks absolutely awful. Like for all the work that you put in, you can't put this on YouTube. It looks horrendous. But I'm not running it back. That was like really hard. It also, the audio from it landing in the clip plays like half a second before the card gets into the clip. But whatever, man. We'll take those. Dude, we're on the last trick shot, man. Bounce ball dart. Damn, the ping pong ball's got some motion, man. So I'm assuming, for its credit, this is the 16th trick shot, I think. And this is the first one where I don't know really what they're asking. You throw a card into a book to launch a soccer ball down to hit a... What? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what do you want from me here? I'm assuming you have to hit the dart through the ping pong ball into the dartboard. Oh, there's a cup. I didn't even see the cup. You bounce it, you throw it. Oh my God! You land the dart on the dartboard and the cup into the ball into the cup. The fucking silent dart is so funny, man. Like, this is honestly one of the hardest games I will have ever completed if I complete it. Also, one of the most pointless, which I think there's like, I mean, you're right. With whoever said it was like a flanderization of myself is spitting. But it's also like, it's a genuine flanderization. Because I'm like, this seems spiritual to me, man. Close. Give me a fucking coffee. Ghibli, thoughts, by the way? I realized that I don't need to say get me a coffee because I already have my like middle-aged man stim that makes me feel good, which is whenever somebody mentions like, hey, NL, have you ever been to place in Vancouver? Saying the exact cross street that it's on, like the exact intersection, it feels to me exactly the same as saying like, get me a coffee. Like you'd be like, oh yeah, the Toys R Us on Broadway and Fur. You could even say like up on Broadway and Fur. I don't even think that's right, by the way, but I don't know. The tree streets get very confusing. You ever been to the Gucci store? Yeah, on Georgia and Howe, maybe? No, I don't. Those don't cross. Those are parallel. Fuck! Fuck! You ever been to Zulu Records? Yeah, on West 4th and West 4th and Trafalgar or something? That's a tough one. You're blowing it. I'm not a taxi driver. It's West 4th and Maple. Fuck! I've never been though. I want it on my desk by the end of the day. Can you imagine the aura to have an office and like press the button on your intercom and say like, don't say a woman's name. Don't say a woman's name. Jeff, could you come in here for a second? That would feel so fucking good to hold that button down and like tell someone else what to do. Why couldn't it be a woman? Because men have already spent 2 millenniums telling women what to do. It's time to sit our hairy asses down and listen for once. I know I did this bit before, but it's like, I do think about it every time I think about The Apartment. Now, The Apartment is a movie, and it's like a satirization. I was like, damn, no wonder there's people out there that hate men. Look at this shit our grandpas were getting up to in the damn office, man. Drunk at work every fucking day, renting out their apartment as like a sex hotel for their bosses who are like all cheating on their wives with their secretaries and shit. Straining spaghetti through a tennis racket doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Life hack. I just know that spaghetti was like bad as fuck. I wish I hadn't thought it, but now I have to say it. It's crazy watching The Apartment and being like, damn, Shirley MacLaine. Like, life in a cosmic sense is very short. But like when you watch an old movie and there's a person in the movie that's an adult and they're still alive, you're like, damn, it's actually kind of long as fuck. Shut up and throw the ball. All right, I know my place. Clint Eastwood? Clint Eastwood is a damn fossil. And I mean that as a compliment, except for like some of the elements of his life. Dick Van Dyke. You're absolutely right. He plays an old guy on Columbo. The episode aired in like 1976 or something like that. He's like 102 fucking years old and he's still like, he's got the motion. He's lived long enough that his name has become insanely funny. I bet in 1933 or something like that, nobody was like, wow, what a strange name. They were probably like, yeah, that's Dick Van Dyke. I don't know, of the Van Dyke family. But like in 2025, that's a fucking funny name, man. It's like when you hear a Christmas song from the 1930s and they like describe spending time with your family as gay. You're like, man, they didn't know. Or maybe he did. And Bing Crosby's being surprisingly progressive. Fat Depeche Mode be like my own personal pizza. That's good, man. What land the joke though? What's the line that replaces like reach out and touch faith? Reach out and touch food. That's like so my toddler coded. That'll be like hitting her with like a great, she's like, let's write this song. She's listening to a lot of Somebody's Watching Me. You know, the Rockwell one that's completely carried inexplicably by a Michael Jackson chorus. And I'll be like, starts with like, I'm just an average man with an average life. I work from 9 to 5. Hey man, I pay the price. And then she wants to do like a Minecraft parody. So I'll like, while I'm driving, I'm thinking to myself and I'm like, I'm just an average Steve with an average bass. I've got a diamond pick. I've got a pressure plate. And she's like, nah, how about this? I'm just an average man with an average mine. I mine from 9 to 5. Hey man, I mine the mine. And I'm like, yeah, that's good too. That's good too. But at the same time, I can't help but think that mine had a little bit more variance, which is like an important element to it. You can't just replace like the end of every line with mine. But she's very attached to her own made up lyrics. So I've been listening to a lot of Somebody's Watching Me, man. People say I'm crazy, just a little touch, but maybe showers remind me of Psycho too much. That's why. And then fucking Michael Jackson carries the. Did Michael Jackson owe money to the mafia or something? Like, why is he on that song? Oh, he's like his cousin. Okay. And you know what's crazy is that I bet Michael Jackson went into the studio and did that shit in like one take. I bet like he was like in between, like he was halfway to the exotic pet store after eating a fucked up lunch, and he was like, yeah, I'll swing by. And it's before he started sucking on his teeth between every line too. You're hurting him. Oh, yeah. I like when he... Dude, I would love to watch, like, not a 10-hour long video, but like a 2-minute video that's just the Michael Jackson, like, idle animation noises. Because I think my favorite one is when he sounds like an old laser printer. He goes like, ka-ka. Every Michael Jackson grunt. There's no shot this shit is not going to get claimed. Every Michael Jackson grunt ranked. This is exactly. Rarely do you get a delivery that's to your exact specifications. This is one of the few times, man. I gotta listen to this shit off stream. Oh, the camera's frozen. Ashika, shika, ashika, shika. Oh!
Sweat on, baby.
All right, that one's kind of uncomfortable. Okay, say something, man. You're freaking me out. Stop that! That's the shit right there, man. You don't. That's like a 1 in 100. You get a lot of he's. You don't get a lot of da with the da. I'm going back to that. That's one of the most replayed sections in the whole video, right there.
Go with the bear.
Oh, that's... You don't need to tell jokes, man. You could just be funny. It's like he's... I don't know what this is. This is amazing.
Go with the bear.
The top YouTube comment does say, it's like timestamp 216 dies. That's when he goes, ah! And then 217, he responds, hee hee. Hey, without getting political, can I ask you a political question? What the fuck is the point of having a strike if the government can just order you back to work? That shit doesn't make any... Is anybody here working for Canada Post? I'm on your side. How does that shit work? You went on strike because you're like, we need leverage to get like better treatment. And then once they started to feel the pain, the government was just like, you got to go back to work. That doesn't make any fucking sense, man. That's the strike, dude. Our government needs stopped. Well, it's hard. It's complicated right now. They do need the battle pass. Complete all stages. Clear bounce ball dart stage. Guys, we've beaten Trickshot Simulator. Possibly, I mean, like, can I just say something? The game was like $8 and I got 47 hours of content out of this shit. That's a fucking bargain, man. Starfield could never. Is that what the game's called? You know how that's got me feeling?